Thank you very much for your cooperation. Without a waste of time, we will observe and have our national anthem as played, I think, by the sound people. Thank you very much. We can all be seated. Molweni, igama lami ngingu-Dr. Love. I'll be your program director this morning. We're not going to waste time because we have a packed program this morning. And again, I just want to say, the program is a Khayelitsha Development Forum program. And we're here in support of the program for development and all the safety and security issues as a Khayelitsha this morning. And I would like to wish this program that it will go well and you'll be a good audience. We will take no space and waste time. Immediately we'll go through our program and call on Mr. Lonwabo Mqina to come and give us welcoming address, who is a councillor here in Khayelitsha, Ward 99. Is Mr. Mqina here? Ungabukhona umuntu who is going to just pay welcoming address from Khayelitsha, one of the representatives of the KDF. Otherwise, sizazamkela ngokwethu. Thank you very much. Siyabulela kuthiwa amaqobokazana ngalala endlini. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody in the house. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all. My name is Thandi Msutu. I am the Deputy Chairperson of the Khayelitsha Development Forum. I'm not gonna say who's who in the house, but let me say first, I welcome the Minister, I welcome the KDF, I welcome the SACP, I welcome the community of Khayelitsha, I welcome all the SAPS representatives that are here in the house. I hope this day will give us all the answers. This day that has been planned by KDF, I understand into okokuba wonke umuntu olapha ngaphakathi understand what are the issues that Khayelitsha faced. Of course, our chairperson, Mr. Ndithini Kido, is gonna elaborate everything. But I would like to say, Khayelitsha isengxakini. Isengxakini minister, isengxakini SACP, isengxakini the committee of Khayelitsha. So we are hoping with your presence here, we'll get all the answers of how are we gonna resolve the issues or challenges that we are faced in Khayelitsha. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mbogoto. Thank you. We are going to go straight. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for your. Yeah, we're going to go straight and call on Reverend Keva for a candlelight for peace. Unyawontle Keva. Ungaba sevukile ngathi kuyalalwa apha eKhayelitsha. Yeah, bayagodola le gang. Siyabulela Nyawontle. Can we get the assistants to be ready so that we do not okay. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. Oh, okay.
Mandibulise egameni lenkosi, ndiyabulisa kusasa abantu bonke abalapha.
Can I greet you in the name of the Lord this morning?
Siyambulela uThixo ke ngokuba sibe lapha kusasa nje.
We want to thank God for all of us to be in this place this morning.
Siza kwenza lenkonzo ngokukhawuleza yokuba silayite elikhandlela.
We are going to partake in this candle lighting service this morning.
Sizovula vuma nje iculo in 2 minutes and then sihlale phansi.
We're going to do a 2-minute song.
Thixo akunanqaleko, Thixo akunanqibeko, ukho endaweni zonke, ukho ngama Phaya isinkwenkwezini, ukho wena babukate selukhona ngazingeka bikhozo zota ziqi beke zonke kuthi chaba la ube wina ungaphili ube wena xa sizawulayita elikhandlela masenze umthandazo ndithandaze egameni loyise elonyana nelomoya oyingcwele amen. Wena Thixo uzithatha umnye, wena Thixo wethu ngu-alpha no-omega, usisiqalo nesiphelo. Sibulela Nkosi ukusingenisa kwakho kule mini Thixo wethu onamandla sibulela Nkosi ubukhona bethu kule ndawo Thixo wethu omhle makuthi inkosi okuza kwenziwa apha Thixo wethu moyo ingcwele ukuphefumlele ngokwakho ngoba unguThixo onako ukwenza izinto esingena kuzenza Thixo wethu onamandla xa sawuqala lenkonzo Thixo wethu iThixo wethu onamandla yokukhumbula Nkosi apho sisuka khona yokukhumbula Nkosi imeko esikuyo ngalomzuzu nokucela Thixo wethu onamandla apho siya khona ukuze sikhokelwe nguwe njengoThixo oku Nkosi siyakucela asikubangi kodwa sikucela sikholwa egameni loyise nelonyana nelomoya oyingcwele amen. We may be seated. Ndizawuthetha nje amazwi abe mabini abe mathathu kule ncwadi yeBhayibhile kwincwadi yendumiso zikaDavide ku-119 ivesi ngu-105 ilizwi elifundeka ngolu hlobo lisisibane senyawo zakho ilizwi lakho likukukhanya emendweni wam ilizwi lakho amen eli lilizwi lenkosi uThixo woxolo makalisikelele amen. Zininzi izinto ezenzeke eKhayelitsha amen. Sishiywe ngabantu akwethu sishiywe ngobrother bethu sishiywe ngosister bethu ngendlela nje okanye ngesiquphe kodwa sikhumbula apha uThixo ethetha ilizwi elithi makabonge uThixo esithi ilizwi lakho lisisibane sakho akukho nto ke sinoyenza ngaphandle kwelizwi likaThixo amen. Silayita apha esisibane sisilayita sikhumbula nabo bangasekhoyo sisilayita sisiqonda ukuthi sicenga uThixo asincede kule ndlela esizawuthi sihambe nakuyo yonke into eyawuthi planwe kule ndawo uThixo asincede silayite egameni loyise elonyana nelomoya oyingcwele amen. Mandinikeze ke egameni lenkosi amen.
Amen. Amen. Tata umfundisi. Okay, siyabulela kakhulu uBishop Ntanyana oye wamela isibaka sika Reverend Keva. Without addressing wasting our time, let's call on the youth because today is the youth day. By the way, we have to give the youth a space to come and give us an address. And Mr. Wababa. Mr. Wababa ukona ulucha. Thank you, sir. Sibeta go mufune.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with greeting the minister, the leadership of KDF, and the leadership of the law enforcement agencies and institutions. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Ndibulele Wababa. I am from KYDC, which is Khayelitsha Youth Development Council, that is working under KDF as a youth wing or a sector. Today, we commemorate the youth of 1976. And as young people, I think we should start by acknowledging that the resilience of the youth of 1976, the energy of youth of 1976, and the direction that they have taken in making sure that they fight for the injustices of that time. I think we should draw, as young people, the energy from them, because what I think today, our energies are misdirected, but we are hoping that with this sort of engagements, then we might be able to find a positive direction going forward. I have prepared something when I was told that I was supposed to be addressing today in this meeting. But when I look at the time allocation, 15 minutes won't be enough because there's so much to talk about, especially when it comes to young people. A structure that I come from, it's a developmental structure which talks about empowerment of young people and development of young people. But what we are faced with today in terms of crime, it is a serious setback to the plans that we are having as young people. And with the minister here, we are hoping to engage and maybe have a meaningful and a progressive kind of engagement going forward, voicing out what we see as challenges and what we think supposed to be the solutions, because we believe some of these crimes, if we were to talk about crime, are perpetuated by young people. We're supposed to be looking at what are the causes, maybe address there, look at the grassroots of it, at the root of it, and come up with solutions to make sure that these kind of illegal activities that are sometimes seen to be done by young people are not done. As I said, but I will try to be short as I am. Obviously, you can see, I can barely see you on the other side because I'm short. If we were to talk about crime generally, this is a sensitive issue. I regard it as a pandemic, and it is very much important that we have these discussions on daily basis so then we can come up with solutions. And as I said, most of these crimes are seen to be, I would speak to this issue generally. I won't specify, but I would say 90% we will see young people doing these things that we believe that are regarded as crimes. When we look at stats, which is something that I'm not going to into detail, I will leave it to the law enforcement agencies and those that are dealing with such. But when we look at all our prisons, are full of young people. When I speak about young people, I talk about people from the age of 14 years up to the age of 35 years. As I always say to my peers, that when you are engaging on such illegal activities, sometimes it is very rare for you to reach the age of 40 years. As we are seeing even in the late or previous incidents where there were mass killings of young people, you would see the ages are between the age of 15 to the age of 35 years or relatively young. Minister, we are sad and we are scared of what is becoming of our society today. In the past 2 months in Khayelitsha, we have seen massive killings of young people, up to a minimum of 20, which is something that's supposed to be alarming. And we are saying we should be included in young people to come up with strategic ways of doing things in making sure that this does not carry on happening in our communities. We have a lot of gender-based violence that are on the rise, and we look at the stats, it is also kind of alarming, and we are availing ourselves as youth structures and youth formations to voice out maybe what are the causes of these incidents or these illegal kind of activities. There was an incident where I stay where a woman was stabbed, allegedly stabbed by her boyfriend, and she was murdered. I won't bash up on the SAPS institution, but there are a few things that I would like to voice out. We have, as the community, lost trust and respect for that institution. The SAPS intelligence unit is not as effective as it should be, as opposed to the other opponent that they're supposed to be dealing with. We believe sometimes reporting crimes at these institutions, it's suicidal moves. But I'm not in the institution, but it's what we see generally. Sometimes we are told that the workload of the detectives is too much. I think manpower and reinforcement should be done in those institutions of law enforcement. What do we think that can help the SAPS and law enforcement in their attempt of bringing back the trust and respect? I think, Minister, government should stop underpaying them. That maybe will minimize the corruption in the institution. Let's go back to that idea of them having a separate kind of area where they live in. This thing of them being integrated in the communities that we live in, I think it's something, because in the olden day we used to fear law enforcement officers. I think it's something that we should revisit, Minister. The rotation of them, maybe if you can get law enforcement officers that work from Mpumalanga and rotate and go and work in Western Cape and rotate and go work in KZN, so they don't stay in one place. And there's ought to be a reinforcement of manpower, leadership. Intensive training is needed. We are not undermining the current one, but I think there's ought to be something that is mostly done. We are deeply hurt as youth of Khayelitsha, Minister, by these persistent mass shootings, and we are worried about the current victims, who are mostly young people. You will remember the two girls who were shot in cold blood inside B, and the future victims who will live through this traumatic, unrestricted access to guns by the way of the future victims and perpetrators, and carrying a gun becomes an extramural activity at a young age. It's something that we're supposed to be looking at. A racist white man once said, let's give them guns, they will kill each other. Where are these guns coming from? We need to look at those things, Minister. I do not want to be long because my time is already, but there's a lot that we think we should look at. When we look at these things, we will appeal to other departments. I thought we were going to bring the other departments with, Minister. There's a lot that we think we need to talk about. But in terms of development, ukususwa kwe poverty, I think it's one of the things that will minimize these illegal activities. Opportunities from all various departments of governance. There used to be learnerships, and that should be brought back in making sure that, because when we look at the statistics and the perpetrators of crimes and violence and all of that, sometimes it's not uneducated people, but sometimes it's people that lack opportunities. I think each and every department government departments should have a budget for a learnership, for youth development, for skills development, for empowerment of young people. Let's have young people, let's help them to have something to do, for them not to be having ixesha lokwenza izinto ezingalunganga. Economic transformation, it's very much important, Minister. It's very much important. And let's talk into what we used to call it township economy. Minister, we are seeing companies, I won't mention names, but I will call them cash in transit, coming in and out of townships. Taking what's supposed to be the wealth of that township, that's supposed to be the economy of that township, taking it outside. And we have seen cash in transit kind of robberies going up because they are taking from the township outside and leaving the people of the township with nothing. It is very much important that whenever we are talking about these things, we make sure that the township's economy remains in those townships. So then we don't see people trying to make means of living by getting these drugs or ukubambikati in that language of theirs, which I'm not going to talk more about it. It is very much important that as the community, we do what we call introspection as individuals, as group, as the society and the nation, for the purpose of fault finding and formulate strategies and plan, and actually start implementing the plans that we are having. Let's conscientize our young people. It's very much important, and make them aware of such incidents where they lead them. Let's create abeto onqawa within the townships, so then we do not find that gap between the have-nots and the haves. So once we close that gap, I think we'll be closing even the gap, the increase of crimes that are perpetuated in these townships that we are living in. I wanted to speak more, and I tried to summarize what I was going to speak about. I'm hoping that in the further engagements, we will be able, as young people, to engage more and maybe come with meaningful contributions to what we're supposed to be talking about today. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wababa. Thank you. I'm going to be handing over the problem to the person who's supposed to be driving from here onwards, Mr. Khayelitsha. And thank you, young people. And you heard, I think, a lot of things. Let's try and compact what we want to say, because we have no time. This is a very long program. Some of the things we have an opportunity during the commissions to add them. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, my colleague, and greetings to the Honorable National Minister, the Provincial MEC, and all the leadership from government, as well as the leadership from the community of Khayelitsha, led by Mr. Nditini Kido. My name is Khayelitsha, and I stay in Site B, Khayelitsha, and I'm taking over from my colleague. Please, colleagues, bear with me. We're gonna have to be as efficient as possible with time, because there is a lot that we want to achieve today. Ms. Thando Msutu said that they are hoping that this day will give us all the answers. And Mr. Wababa from Youth said that we are sad and scared of what is becoming of Khayelitsha. What a high note to begin this summit with. Without any further delays, I am going now to ask Mr. Benjamin Thuli, who is the Chief Director, Partnership, Civilian Secretariat for Police Services, to give us and explain what the purpose of this summit is. Over to you, Mr. Thuli.
Sanbonan, Njan, Yabo, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable guests, the purpose I'm coming here is to respond to the question why you are here. And we are here for one particular reason, that the Khayelitsha community has invited us, the Ministry of Police, to come and be with you on this day, to hear and to discuss the possible solution to the challenges that are facing you. Sizizwile izikhalo zenu. Siyazi ukuthi kunemzimba edojwayo laphansi. Bese njengabaholi njenge-community nithi nifuna ukwazi ukuthi what can we do nasimema. So the main purpose today why you are here is to listen to you carefully and discuss together with you to share ideas on possible solutions to the challenges that are facing Khayelitsha. On that score, I want to thank you and I want to emphasize the fact that we are here to listen to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ntuli. We are here to listen to you. We are here to work together and consider possible solutions to the safety challenges that are facing Khayelitsha. Manene namanenekazi siyaqhubekeka nenkqubo yethu. Ngoku sizokubiza umphathiswa okanye MEC wase-Western Cape Province from the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, the Honorable MEC, Mr. Ricken Allen. Over to you, MEC. Thank you.
Good morning. Molweni nonke. And when I listened to the prayer this morning, I wanted to do it properly. Molweni nonke ngigama lika Yesu Christu. Because one thing I do want to know, I am happy to be here. My name is Regan Allen, and I am the MEC for Police Oversight and Community Safety here in the Western Cape. It's now been 51 days since my appointment, and I will remain committed, and the Western Cape government remains committed to ensure that we do everything in our power to create safer communities. National Minister of Police, together with the DM, thank you for your attendance here. KDF, thank you for setting this up. We firmly believe that in communities, whether there is strong leadership, we are able to see that effective change. So to the chairperson and the KDF, together with members of parliament here and SAPS and the CPF, thank you for being here. I do want to say, under my watch, the narrative that neighborhood watches and CPFs will be treated differently will not be tolerated. So I am delighted to ensure that any type of funding, it will be equal to CPFs and neighborhood watches, but also joint proposals. And I'm sincerely hoping that Ms. Lucas is going to enjoy that, because she's not even clapping for that particular remarks. But we want to be extremely clear. The Western Cape government and what we've done, and I do want to thank the Provincial Commissioner as well, because here in Khayelitsha, we have deployed 146 LEAP officers inside B and in Harare, and we've seen in terms of the Provincial Operations Joint Committee, how SAPS, together with the law enforcement, is working, and we've seen successes. But one thing we know is that we have a long way to go. And we will continue to walk alongside communities, continue to work alongside the South African Police Service and organizations like the KDF, so that we can ultimately see that difference. We are going to break into commissions here today. And when I think of a commission that was set up many, many years ago, and that commission is still active today. In religious texts, in biblical texts, the very first commission is called the Great Commission. And all over the world, all over South Africa, here in Khayelitsha, the fulfillment of the Great Commission is still evident. So we can't have a talk shop. We can't just talk, but it must be active participation between all stakeholders. Last week, the National Minister of Police tasked us to engage with entities within the criminal justice system as well. And Minister, I think you will be delighted to hear that 2 days ago, I already met with the Director for Public Prosecutions here in the Western Cape, because we firmly know that in terms of the justice cluster, there is stuff that correctional services need to do, there is stuff that falls in the ambit of the NPA, and of justice, and in SAPS, and the provincial government and local government. And if we are not going to work together, if we are not going to stand together with communities, ultimately we will see the perpetuation of crime continue. So I am here to once again state that we are wanting to work together. We are determined to work together, and that we will actually put funding aside, like we've done with the LEAP officers, in order to have more boots on the ground to compensate for the under-resourcing within the South African Police Service. But we will continue to work with SAPS, because we know we have dedicated and committed SAPS officials that go out in the morning and their families don't know if they will come back. We have neighborhood watch members that commit time and effort and sometimes their own money in order to create safer communities. We have CPFs that are committed to being the eyes and ears, but also building those relationships with communities and the South African Police Service, so that we can foster trust between communities and the South African Police Service. We are here not to fight. We are here not to play politics. In my office, I have a quote from a senior official in the South African Police Service, where he said to me, "We are in the business of policing and not politics." So yes, I am here in my capacity as MEC for police oversight, and we will unashamedly continue to hold SAPS accountable and work with SAPS, but also in terms of community safety, what we need to do, we will continue to do in order that we are able to see change in our communities, where we are able to see young people grow up and live a life where they are able to achieve their dreams. Growing up, neighboring suburb in Mitchell's Plain, I'm fully aware of the effects of crime that it can have on communities. It can leave communities vulnerable. We heard a young man speak earlier on, and we share those sentiments, that the youth is the future. But seeing everyone here today humbles me, because I know that once we work together, we will be able to see that effective change. So once again, Chairperson, baie dankie. We will continue to foster those relationships in the interest of safety. National Minister and DM, baie dankie. Thank you that we are able to have this engagement and ultimately then see proper results, that the community will work alongside the South African Police Service and all stakeholders, so that we can come back and have feedback and say, this has been done, this is what we've achieved. We have a way to go, but we are on the right track. So thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC. Work together, stand together with the Khayelitsha community. We were supposed to get some remarks from the city of Cape Town, from Mr. Ngavashe. I am told that Mr. Ngavashe is not here. If he does appear, and when he does that, please let me know. So now we are going to call upon Ms. F. Lucas from the Khayelitsha Cluster, CPF, who is the chairperson, to present some remarks from the Community Policing Forum. Thanks, over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. It's very cold today. Thank you, Program Director. Greetings, Minister of Police, Deputy Minister, Provincial Commissioner for Police in the Western Cape, our MEC for Community Safety, and all protocol observed. Minister, on June 16, 1976, and the preceding months and years, the youth of that era were faced with the crisis of a repressive government who forced them to be taught in the oppressor's language. Fast forward to June 16, 2022, young people are confronted with crime, gangsterism, mass killings, and unprecedented levels of unemployment. The youth of 1976 eventually emerged victorious in the face of unsurmountable challenges they were faced with. Minister, the history of young people gives us hope that, like the youth of yesteryear, the youth of today will overcome. Because without hope, we are a lost generation. It is an established fact that the CPF's enabled watches are the key partners in community policing. These structures play a vital role in crime prevention and meaningful communication between the SAPS and the communities they serve. We hear a lot that the CPF is the bridge between the communities and the police. And we are here and we stay committed in building, improving the relationship and to rebuild the trust relations between the communities and the police. As anti-crime activists, we are in many instances the first responders to crime and other emergencies in our community. We remain totally committed in the fight against crime and to execute our mandate as enshrined in legislation governing and regulating our roles and functions. During our last engagement between CPFs and neighborhood watches from all over the cluster of Khayelitsha, the following mandate was given to us to bring under the attention of this summit. First, noting that the participants in CPFs and neighborhood watches are volunteers, and we are not expecting any monetary reimbursement. The reality, however, is that one needs to eat. And what we see is that it is the neighborhood watchers and CPF members that do escort workers to public transport in order for them to be safe. But also the reality is when that member of the CPF or neighborhood watch go home, there is not even a warm cup of coffee to drink, and that is the reality that we are faced with. We are calling for CPFs and neighborhood watches to be meaningfully empowered through capacity building, and we are requesting that accredited courses be presented. We are also calling for the very basic protective gear. Someone in that engagement said, you know, they are wearing shoes, but the sand is wet. They are patrolling in wet sand. That we know can cause a lot of health problems. So we are really asking for very basic issues. You know, we are thankful, MEC, for the BIPs that your department gave us. And you would see all over, our members across the province are wearing those BIPs. But now it's winter. At least a warm jacket will also suffice. The basic need of tools of trade for neighborhood watches and CPFs, you know. Someone said, you know, the person from the community go to the house of the neighborhood watch member or the CPF and request, please call the police, I have an emergency. That person have a phone, but not airtime, no data. So we want you to look at that also, to provide us to render the service as required by our communities. A small gesture of appreciation for CPFs and neighborhood watches. Just a thank you. That will also really goes a long way. It will goes a long way because what we are doing is for the love, it's for the passion, but each and every one of us at some point need to be appreciated and feel appreciated. I'm nearly done. And then lastly, on this point, is that, and it came out not only last week, but also prior to that engagement, is that protection against disability, funeral and loss of life, especially for active neighborhood watch and CPF members. Minister, it's very refreshing for us to note that the current cohort of neighborhood watch and CPFs are a much younger generation. This is indicative of young people starting to take responsibility for their own safety, but also for the safety of the communities. And we are not taking anything away from the older generation, who has always been consistent in the resolve to fight crime. Therefore, when opportunities are presented, the older generation who are more experienced must not be put aside due to age restriction being used as a qualifying criteria when opportunities arise. Lastly, the quarterly crime stats as released by your office and yourself, Minister, is a cause of great concern to us. The stats paints a picture of a cluster, a community that feature prominently in the top 30 murder stations. And the following stations in our cluster are on that notorious top 30 list. Harare at number 4, Site B at number 8, Luandle at number 27, Lingaletu West at number 29. Indeed, it is a worrying state of affair. However, we know through policing, partnerships, this picture can change. Our plea to SAPS management is to reverse these crime stats in the coming quarter by implementing sector policing, visible policing with increased resources, also the building of the Makaza police station. That one is one on which the community is not compromising or moving away from. The strengthening of partnerships between SAPS and the community. If we can strengthen the partnerships, we will also see that many of the problems that we are currently faced of trust, deficit, miscommunication, that will disappear. In conclusion, we hope that this summit won't be another talk shop, but that the resolutions be implementable. It must be time-bound, and departments must take accountability for implementing these resolutions. Lastly, as the cluster of the CPF, we really want to thank the KDF chairperson and the ministry for making this summit a reality. We thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Implementable resolutions, that's what she is hoping for. And she says that without hope, we are a lost generation. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we are racing against time. As much as I don't have control over what people are going to say, but can I again humble request that we become efficient as possible with time. Let me call upon Mr. Okhayes, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly, from the Justice Department, who is going to make an input. Over to you, sir.
Boleni, good morning, goeiemorgen. Let me first introduce myself. As the program director indicated, that I'm Mr. Okhayes, the area court manager, responsible for Khayelitsha, Mitchell's Plain. Now, let me just take you back about to 1976, just a short. I'm coming from the West Coast, the Cederberg. In 1976, I was standard 6. Our nearest school was about 500 kilometers away from home. So you can imagine when that uprising started, and I was born on a missionary station, which is a farm. You don't know about it. But when I arrived there near in Malmesbury, when the uprising started, I was a little bit confused. Because I don't know, you just enter your high school, but what the youth have raised, I fully understand. I was oppressed on the farm, I did not have opportunities. But with God's will, I have made matric, and I do my postgrad. With that said, colleagues and my friends, as from the Department of Justice, especially in Khayelitsha, we must share the sentiments of all of you about the crime statistics. But also with that, the issue of gender-based violence is a sore point for the Department of Justice. Now, with that, we have the following services which we want you to use. Is that, remember that with all these cases, we have systems in place, such as the virtual courts, where the guy is in custody in Paulsmoor. There's no need for him to come to court. The case is postponed, or the case run, and the victim are safe at court. There's no intimidation, nothing. So whenever we have that virtual courts, feel comfortable to give evidence. Feel comfortable to give, to come as a witness. Then we also have sexual offences courts, which Khayelitsha is our priority. Our court is up and running for sexual offences courts. We have Parow, Bellville, Mitchell's Plain, Khayelitsha, including other courts in the province. So services is there. If there is any crime of sexual offences, please don't hesitate to report it to the police. And if there's no progress made, please come and see the senior public prosecutor at our courts. We need to prioritize these cases and make sure that these cases are up and running. Then 2 very important acts were passed early this year in Parliament. That is the Domestic Violence Act and the Maintenance Act. Now on the Maintenance Act, colleagues, and the Domestic Violence Act, I want today specifically ask the KDF, the Police Forum, and the police as such. Colleagues, when these crimes are reported to the police, I want to make an appeal today to our guest, our National Commissioner, to emphasize on all the police stations that these cases of domestic violence or GBF should be prioritized. We did have even a priority court at Khayelitsha. Now, this is serious crimes, colleagues. Now, let me use the opportunity in that court, which we call the priority crime, where we can finalize cases, where we can assist and get these guys behind bars. We don't want anything any more than these perpetrators must be behind bars. So the sexual offences court is there, the priority court crime court is in Khayelitsha. Our improvement in maintenance systems is there, as we call it, the Moja Pay, where there's no need for you to queue anymore at court as mothers. You will receive your money on time in your bank account, which we hope will help to alleviate poverty. Yes, I will just. So our aim and objectives is to establish more forums which can work with the Department of Justice. Firstly, we want to establish a maintenance forum for our mothers, where we will have a quarterly meeting with you surrounding the services and where you have experienced problems on. If you don't receive your money, that is the forum which we can talk and investigate what is the cause of the delay. Because we want to deliver your money on time so that you can have food on your table for your children and for your broader family. Then further, we want to establish a working relationship with KDF, SAPS, NPA, to improve the criminal justice system in Khayelitsha. Colleagues, you must remember, and I underline it, we did have a priority crime court in Khayelitsha to assist you. Actually, the 5 minutes were very short, but I appreciate our opportunity to give inputs to the summit. And be assured, my dear colleagues and community members, that as from the Department of Justice side, we will do our best to assist you. Before I forgot, let me just remind you that I represent our regional head, Advocate Rodney Isaacs, who's our regional head of Department of Justice. He have requested me to represent him. I hope that I've done a good job. But with that said, colleagues and community members, feel free to come to court. If you are not happy with our services, my name and my details is on the notice board. I will avail myself after hours. I will avail myself anytime to engage with you on any matters related to justice. With that, access to justice is a must. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, status of social safety of Khayelitsha community, an overview of working relationships between the community and the JCPS cluster leading to the current waves of crime. Let us call upon the chairperson of Khayelitsha Development Forum, Mr. Ndithini Bheki. Cele. Iza ngaphambi tata. Nkosi.
Thank you, Chairman. 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 T Molweni bethu. Kuyabahanda apha namhlanje. Into ebalulekileyo about it. The Honorable the Minister of Police, General Bheki Cele, the Deputy Minister, Babu Kasil Matale, MEC R. Ellen, MPL Mesuli Kama, National Commissioner of the Police and the Provincial Commissioner and all police senior managers, station commanders, chairpersons of ward development forums, sectoral forums, the CPF cluster chair and the neighborhood watches, the Anibulis. My name is Nditini Kido. I am the chairperson of the Khayelitsha Development Forum. Ndingunyawuza. Ndingufaku, ndingutahla, ndingundayile, ndingungqungqushe, ndinguziqele, ndingudakile, ndingunjanya. I am program director, disappoint everyone. I am not going to make a speech. But I just want to appreciate Mr. Okus's input here. But I would be doing an injustice if I do not ask the question. Why is the Khayelitsha Magistrates Court has become a bail warehouse for the people suspected for mass murders? I would have really loved to hear that. Maybe it's not a point that I want to raise from the podium, but it's a question I'm asking as I'm sitting there, that why is it that if Nditini is suspected of having murdered 3, 6, 13 people, gets bail from one magistrate's court? It's a question that your department must answer. Maybe not today, maybe not here. It's something that worth looking at. We will definitely engage. I will request that KDF gets the details of Mr. Okes. We want to engage in this topic. If one is going to create forums to help mothers to access their maintenance grant, that also must be coupled with forums to support women victims of GBV at courts and in this particular magistrate's court. So really we need to have an input. Probably it's something that we can take to the commissions. It's something that I just felt that maybe I must ask Mr. Okes with all respect. I intend no malice with this question. But it is bothering me that somebody would have been a mass murder suspect, gets released 3 times at bails below 1,000 rand. The connotation there is that black life does not matter to this court, in this court. But it's a topic that we want to take to the commissions. I want, on behalf of the KDF Executive Committee, thank really the Ministry of Police and really want to give one assurance to General Masemula and General Bheki that before my time as the chair of the KDF has had a relationship with the police all this time. When now General Shivuri was here, the KDF had a relationship. When now General Jacobs was the station commissioner, commander in Khayelitsha, this KDF had a relationship with the police. But we want the police not to abuse this relationship and not to expect too much of this relationship. Our relationship is going to be complementary and contradictory, General Bheki, because there will be times that we agree with SAPS and there are times that we will not agree with SAPS on other issues. The cluster chair of the CPF talks about a very perturbing situation of the volunteer there at the back. The volunteer this morning, whose house is drenched in water. And that volunteer is, out of desperation, expected to protect people who go from their homes to all the public transport points with nothing in hand and with no hope of anything when coming back. Part of the KDF's thinking was that, General Cele, we wish not to be beggars as the people of Khayelitsha, we wish to be meaningful contributors to changing our situation. We requested the organizers, as we were organizing with the Secretariat, Civilian Secretariat here, we also requested specifically for one of the sitters, Sasita, to join this summit. We were very specific and deliberate on this thing. That the people you see there on those reflector jackets be trained, at least in the environment they operate in, with an outcome of them being certified somehow. Somebody's going to ask us whether have we now resorted to militarizing the entire community, and this is not our intention. But the reality here, Minister, there's a proliferation of weapons here. There's a bizarre case, General Pittin, about the Harare issuance of firearm licenses and the ease with which people get to these things. The summit must respond to these types of things. Some of the problems we're facing are matters of rotten apples amongst the service itself. People who use a carrot to process fingerprints without actual fingerprints to process firearm licenses. And this acquisition is not meant for the applicant, it's meant for the person applying to only to buy guns so that they supply criminals. Now, we are also inviting the MRM to help us on ukuvuselelwa kwezimilo, on moral regeneration. Apa, there's a general sense yongabi nasimilo nje cha, where ubani xa ejonga the statistics gender based violence le nto into kwenzela ngapha kwembeko ungathobelani nokungahlonitshwa kwamalungelo abantu. Now, we are saying then that the summit must help us to respond to these types of questions. To MEC Ellen, the KDF is apolitical. We don't want to talk politics. Members of the KDF belong to various political parties in our executive committee, belong to their political parties. It so happened that more than 7, I think in the executive we come from more than 7 political parties at the same time. But the problem we have, the environmental design of Khayelitsha forces us to speak politics. Let me start with politics at this point. The South African National Defence Force is seen in Mozambique and elsewhere helping with floods. There were floods here in Khayelitsha, we've seen none of that. We keep it at that. So I'm trying to show you something else, that we can talk politics if we want to and use the word whether we are not cared for. And this should be appreciated even when we say that the provincial government of the Western Cape is also not playing its own part as it relates to some of these issues that we're talking about. We operate on the basis of that we are equal South Africans and equal residents of Cape Town and equal residents of the Western Cape. If there is prioritization for service delivery and safety, currently today, the people who are in floods cannot use the municipal facilities and halls. Reasons are not provided. We're dealing with safety. We're not dealing with policing. We're dealing with safety. Now, in Palmer Road, there's protest. Those people who are protesting, they are protesting. This thing about floods is a natural occurrence. It would have happened, say it would have happened. But we are subjecting ourselves, MEC Ellen, that we want to work with the provincial government of the Western Cape. We want to contribute into the things that the government of the Western Cape is delivering to our communities. And really, we see no political party color on this thing. What we are saying is that, especially community safety, Mr. Khausa is coming from that department as well. Khayelitsha does not have diversion programs for the youth. We can talk and summit here and say whatever we say, but if you say take the youth to sport, you must answer the first question: where are the facilities? This summit can resolve that sport is one such diversion that must be taken out in the short term. Then the question is going to be asked immediately: where are the facilities? This summit may resolve to force General Khayelitsha to bring more boots on the, what is that term? Boots on the ground. You bring those boots, but there are no access roads. How are they going to penetrate in Kanin and Lovin and TR section? These people here in blue, we say all sorts of things about them not working, what this lazy, that they are not doing, whatever they are not doing, when we say they are not. But reality is what? When there's no house number, even if somebody identifies a potential criminal with a gun, when there's no house number, when you report that, what do you tell the cops? Where is that? Technology is allowing us now to use things such as geo-reporting and all of these other things. But have we been empowered to be able to do this? We are not making politics when we say the prioritization of the CCTV cameras in the area of Khayelitsha, we think, in fact, common sense is going to dictate that if you've got mass killings at the rate that they are happening in Khayelitsha, the municipality in Cape Town should have prioritized intervention, such as cameras with a capability for license plate recognition. Obviously, there will be POPIA Act kicking in when it relates to face recognition and all of that. But if a car shoots somebody in Kanini going down Spine Road, that car is going to be picked up by a camera service. That's going to feed immediately to SAPS that a vehicle of this nature has passed this place. It's common sense. But it's not prioritized. You are told all sorts of other things when you ask this question. General Cele, I know that I was not asked to do this to you. You will see this summit right now. Most of Khayelitsha's councillors, including those who were in the program, are not in this meeting. But they go to council and say they represent the people of Khayelitsha. I want to respectfully request that to your mandating organization to look at the people you deploy, because they also sit with the ward allocations that can also help make Khayelitsha safe. This thing, all political parties who are affiliated to the KDF have got a responsibility as mandating organizations to make sure that their public representatives best represent these communities. Khayelitsha's got 12 wards. All 12 wards are ANC councillor run. I'm raising this, General Cele, because it's your mandating organization. It's just a message that I'm giving you to take to your organization and tell your organization that the councillors you deploy did not attend this summit, but the people who die, they die in the wards they lead. So you see, the balance. So it's not about you see. So this thing is really. But seriously, colleagues, when I'm not wearing the KDF a T-shirt, I borrow a T-shirt from the ANC, and I know that the ANC would prefer me to be a best representative in its name when I'm not in an ANC branch meeting, so that I still represent an ANC that people can depend on. And the hope is that each one of us from all our political parties, we should behave in such a fashion, especially those who are aligned to the KDF. We've got very good members of the DA in our executive committee who help us understand the organization first, who help us better relate to that organization. That goes, Bishop, that goes the same to the churches. It can never be about amen. It can't just be about amen, amen all the time, churches fighting, and the only thing we agree on is amen. Surely we must have some way of saying that churches must play their role too. Because the people who die, you see, whether the people who die in their majority in these mass killings are criminals themselves, are killing each other. We can't be an irresponsible community that says, because it's criminals, they are killing each other, therefore, we will just send pastors to go and bury them. We really want to invite the clergy to help us. Siyayibulela imithandazo bamfundisi. Siyayibulela kakhulu imithandazo. But singabenu, singabantu benu. Sisondezeni ezulwini. But practically work with us and change the situation. Because the people who hide criminals, I'm saying this with utmost respect, that the people of Khayelitsha and their majority, ngabantu becawa, ngabantu abakhonzayo. Kodwa sifihlo otsotsi. Abantu toyitoyile babaya to the Khayelitsha police station, people from Site C. Batoyitoyile pa. Bathi yekani lo tsotsi ngoba uyasinceda lo tsotsi. Kama kholo la choyo bathi amen ngayigqibotsho bathi so asikwazi bamfundisi asikwazi uthula. Sifuna ucela insebenziswano phakathi kwethu as stakeholders. Chair of the CPF cluster. Part of the KDF's thinking for this summit is simply to honor the volunteers who patrol the street under very difficult circumstances. For that matter, I do not agree that there's nothing can be done to compensate these people. It's just that we are not thinking right. Our thinking is in a bad place. Some time ago when he was MC, I was still in the youth structures. There was this program, the Bambanani program, but there was a very beautiful component that I worked with myself when I was still leading the youth at the time, Hands Off Our Children campaign. These campaigns invigorated communities, mobilized, because we need to mobilize our communities to stand ready to make themselves safe. We are not sending people to confront criminals with guns. That's not what we are saying. But we are saying, let's mobilize ourselves and better organize ourselves so that we can respond to the bigger challenges that faces us. Deputy Minister Matale will make this point. I've seen some of your organizations' documents somewhere where it says Home Affairs must also be part of the cluster and that. There's a ticking time bomb that the people are sitting on here in this place, in Khayelitsha. SAPS reports that there's about 546 in that region, spaza shops in Khayelitsha. All of them, every spaza shop in Khayelitsha is owned by foreign nationals, and mainly the majority Somalis. Now, in the media, there's been a lot of talk about the extortion gangs and things like that happening. But the problem, in front of General Beaton as the cluster commander, there's not so much cases. There's no 546 cases of people reporting having been extorted. Now, here is the social dynamic of this issue. If the supposed extorted person does not report this as extortion, so they are not extorted, meaning they are a willful payer of the money to the thug. Now, this angers us as a community. We must be a responsible community so that we do not behave in ways that is going to spark xenophobia amongst people. So we are faced with bigger issues than what it looks like. In the recent killings, the very recent, reports are that after those people were shot, Somali nationals were seen with semi-automatic rifles patrolling and looking for suspected people who may have been responsible for the matter. The risk here, leadership and minister, is always that we want to be responsible citizens. Mr. Allen, we want the spirit with which we mobilize against the potential of looting to remain. We want to be fraternal and courteous to our brothers and sisters coming from the other African sister countries. But we can't ignore the reality that somebody is paying the thugs who end up killing some of us. We can't ignore that perpetually. Somebody must answer that question. Oh, 1 minute. I'm given 1 minute. And in 1 minute, I just want to make this point that if it's true that the 546 reported shops pay minimum 1,500 rand per shop per month, it means you are dealing with an established economy now. So that what this summit must respond, how do we resource ourselves so that we better prepare ourselves to respond in a responsible fashion? We will not entertain things such as Operation Dudula, type of response as a people of Khayelitsha. We want to remain responsible, but we really need your support to help us formulate a response that's going to be able to mobilize all stakeholders behind a vision of a Khayelitsha of the future, a Khayelitsha where the old shall care for the young and the young shall respect the old. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, the possible solutions that will come out of this summit must talk about violence prevention, that is dealing with social ills. The second thing he mentioned, solutions must also talk about environmental design and management, as well as criminal justice system. Without any further delays, we are now going to ask the Khayelitsha Cluster Commissioner, Major General Bitin, to address us in terms of the hotspot and crime pattern analysis for the 2020-2021 financial year. Over to you, General. He just went out. Okay. Is Father S. Mkachwa here? Okay. So while we are waiting for Major General Bitin, we are going to ask Father S. Mkachwa for a message of support. Over to you, Father. Okay. General Bitin? Oh, okay.
Molweni Yonke. Yeah, good morning. Goeiemorgen. You think I can't speak the language, ne? I am from Khayelitsha. If you are working in Khayelitsha, you must speak the language of the people. they can page for me. Okay, you can do it from. Yeah. The National Commissioner, the National Minister, General Cele, the DM, National Commissioner of Police, and all DNCs, our Provincial Commissioner, and all protocol observed. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Major General Beaton. I'm the Cluster Commander for Blue Downs, for Tygerberg, and for Khayelitsha clusters. So I'm here to do a short presentation about the crime at 3 of the 8 stations in the Khayelitsha cluster. In Khayelitsha cluster, there's 8 stations, but 3 of the stations contributing the most of the serious and violent crimes is the Khayelitsha, the Harare, and the Lingeleti West police stations. So I will do a presentation on those crimes, and also that is the reported crimes and also the crime trends for the financial years. That is 2021, 2022. Next slide, please. So now this one is not speaking to your, let me just, yeah. The table of contents, I'll do the crime statistics analysis, and then I will highlight the 17 community reported crimes, the causative factors and the crime pattern analysis, our contact crimes. Then I will speak about the sexual offenses, then the trio crimes. Now the trio crimes is your house robbery, your business robbery, and your car hijacking. If you look at the crime statistics for the past financial year for the 3 stations combined, that is Harare, Khayelitsha, and Lingeleti West, you'll see that there's different crime categories. The murders, if we compare it to the previous financial year, there's a reduction of 10 cases. So it's a 1.9% reduction. However, on the sexual offenses, there's an increase of 24 cases. Our attempted murders, there's a reduction of 53 cases. We see where our challenges lie: assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, which we refer to as assault GBH. There's an increase of 166 for the financial year. And then you'll see the common assault is 387 increase. And then the common robbery, 36 cases more. There's an increase of 36 cases. And then robbery aggravating, that is your serious armed robbery with a firearm, increase of 170 cases. The total contact crimes for all 3 stations for the financial year showed an increase of 720 cases, an increase of 10.7%. If you look at our rape cases, an increase of 9 cases, and sexual assault is -3, our attempted sexual offenses plus 15, our contact sexual offenses plus 3. Altogether in that category, increase of 24 cases. If we look at our sub-categories, in terms of robbery aggravated, you'll see the car hijackings, which is a major challenge in the Khayelitsha cluster, increase of 126 cases. And then robbery at residential premises, there's a reduction of 9 cases. And then robbery at non-residential, that is now your business premises, increase of 43. There was no bank robberies reported at any of the 3 stations. And then robbery of cash in transit, there was a reduction of 3 cases at those 3 stations for the previous financial year. Truck hijacking -2. Arson, there were an increase of 11 cases. Our malicious damage to property, a good reduction of 189. And in that category, a total reduction of 178 cases. If we then can go to the property-related crimes, our burglary at non-residential premises, which is your business premises, a reduction of 32 cases. The burglary at residential premises, an increase of 29. Theft of motor vehicle and motorcycle, increase of 2 cases. Theft out or from motor vehicle, reduction of 82 cases. There is no stock theft reported at any of those 3 cases for the previous financial year. So in the property crime area, all 3 stations showed a reduction of 83 cases. If we can go to the theft cases, all theft not mentioned elsewhere, that is an increase of 67 cases. In our commercial crime increase of 92, shoplifting increase of 171. There's for that category increase of 330. Total 17 community reported crimes, 789 increase. Now this category that I will speak to now is crime detected as a result of police action. It means if SAPs are doing their job and they're doing it well, it's supposed to show an increase because we have control over it. Illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, there was an increase of 25, which is positive. That's why you see there's a green. Our drug-related increase of 423. A positive increase, driving under influence of alcohol and drugs, plus 128, that's very good. Sexual offenses detected as a result of police action, there is -2, which is negative. Now, if we can look at the causative factors for murders, attempted murders, and assault GBHs at the 3 stations combined. If you look at murder, 8.8% of the murders was due to which we can contribute to retaliation or revenge. 7.4% of the robberies, the robberies, 7.4%, can be attributed to robberies. Mob justice, 7.2% can be contributed to that. That is a serious challenge at these 3 stations. Mob justice is prevalent. Then, if you go to arguments, misunderstandings, and disagreements, 6.4% of those can be contributed to that actually led to murders. Hits or assassination, 5.8% of those led to murders. Tax-related, 5.7% of those was linked to murders. The domestic violence, 2.9%. An attack on law enforcement, 0. If we can go to the attempted murders, 11.9% was due to retaliation or revenge. 15% was due to robbery. 1.9% was due to vigilantism or mob justice. 6.5% of the attempted murders, it can be linked to arguments or misunderstandings or disagreements. 2.7% of the attempted murders can be linked to hits or assassinations. 6.2% of the attempted murders can be linked, is taxi-related. 4.6% of the attempted murders are due to domestic violence. 6.5% of the attempted murders can be linked, is actually attached or linked to the attack on our law enforcement agencies at those 3 stations. Assault GBH, 2.8% are linked to retaliation. 1.2% are linked to robberies. If we look at the assault GBH, 13 of those cases, 3% of the assaults are linked to vigilantism, mob justice. 20.7%, that is 218 cases, are linked to arguments and misunderstanding. We can see that is our challenge. And then hits and assassinations, there's no stats for that. Nothing was reported in terms of assault GBH, and also taxi-related is 0. Then domestic violence, 27.5%. That is 290 cases. Yeah, that is now assault GBH cases are linked to domestic violence. Domestic violence is the cause of that. So it's mostly inside the houses. And then attacks on the law enforcement is 0.9%. That's 10 cases that can be linked to assault GBH. We can do the same exercise for each station. I don't know whether I should proceed with each station due to time. I can do that. Okay, I have 2 minutes left. So, PC, with your permission, I can maybe skip these because I've done all 3 stations already combined. Or I can proceed. I have 2 minutes. Okay, let me proceed rather. If you look at Harare, 9.1% of the murders are taxi-related. 7.8% are actually retaliation or revenge. 6.8% are linked to arguments. 6.4% are linked to hits or assassinations. That's now the murders. 5.9% are linked to robberies. 5.5% are linked to vigilantism. And domestic violence is linked to the murders in Harare, 4.1%. Attempted murders in Harare for the previous financial year, 12.9%. That's 12 cases were tax-related. 10.8%, that is 10 cases, were retaliations or revenge. 6.5%, 6 cases were due to arguments, misunderstandings. 7.5%. Hits or assassinations. 16.1, 15 cases that was due to robberies. 2.2% was linked to vigilantism or mob justice. 1.1%, only 1 case domestic violence for attempted murder. In the assault GBH, taxi-related was 0. Retaliation, 4.2%, that is 15 cases. Then arguments, 25.6, that's 91 cases. And then we look at robbery cases, 1.7, that's 6 cases. Vigilantism in terms of assault, GBH, 6.5%, 23 cases. There's our biggest challenge at the bottom, at Harare, is 106 cases are linked to domestic violence. That's 29.9%. The same exercise at Khayelitsha. We look at the murders, 9.2% of the murders were linked to robberies. 8.7% linked to retaliation. 7.1% of the murders in Khayelitsha linked to hits or assassinations. 6.6%, 13 cases in Khayelitsha linked to arguments, misunderstanding. 6.1%, mob justice, 12 cases. 4.6% were taxi-related, 1.5% were domestic violence. In the attempted murders, the causative factors in terms of attempted murders, 16%, 19 cases linked to robbery. Or due to robbery, 11.8% due to retaliation or revenge. Assassination, 0. Arguments, misunderstanding for attempted murders in Khayelitsha, 7 cases. Then mob justice was 3, taxi-related 4, and domestic violence 7. Assault GBH, 5 of those were due to robberies, 10 due to retaliation. Then we see the big challenge also, arguments, misunderstanding, 108. And vigilantism, mob justice, 6. And there we see the same scenario, as at the other station, Harare. It's also Khayelitsha, 138 was due to domestic violence. Okay, I think my time is up, but can I just go to the other one quickly? I think I'll skip this one. This is important, the place of occurrence at the 3 stations combined. Only do it combined. That is now for murder, attempted murder, and assault GBH. Public places and streets for murders, 287. In the residence of the perpetrator, 136. Okay, so the perpetrator inside the house. Mode of transport, 31 cases. Informal business premises, spaza shops, 16. Liquor outlets inside or outside the Shabin, 8. Business premises, 5 murders. Attempted murders, 89 in the public space. Can we see where the people are being killed? In public spaces. In the residence, 83. The mode of transport, 72. That is a big concern. Informal business, 9, and then liquor outlets, 7, business premises, 7. Assault GBH, 194 public spaces. It's a big concern. In the residence of the perpetrator, 448. Mode of transport, 7. In informal business, 2. Liquor outlets, 25. And business premises, 9. I just want to skip those. Here is something very important. The contact crimes at those 3 stations for the previous financial year. We will compare now and look at the attempted murders, the rapes, and the assault GBH, and we look at drugs and alcohol. Now, the blue is your alcohol, and then the orange is your drugs. Can we see that the attempted murders, 10 of those cases, 3.8% were linked to alcohol. The murders, and then we see 0 is linked to drugs. Murders, 0 to drugs, 17 in alcohol related. You look at the rape, 19.8%, 83 of those cases linked to alcohol, 6 linked to drugs. And then the assault GBH, 3 to drugs and 128. So we can see that liquor is playing a big role at these stations. Okay, now the topic that actually brought us here is all these mass murders. Now, if you look at the count of victims, where two victims were killed, there's the 28 cases. 3 victims, 5 cases. 4 victims, 1, and then 1 for 5 and 6. Altogether, 36 dockets, but look at the victims, 86. Now, these crime scenes which made the headlines, in Harare, there were 6 victims, which we all attended, all senior officers, that are working in the cluster and at the provincial office, including our PC, everyone was there, where 6 victims were fatally wounded at Nkanini during March 2022. Okay, then again, same station, Harare, 5 victims fatally wounded in Ndloveni. And then in Khayelitsha, 4 victims were fatally wounded at a tavern. The crime pattern shortly, for the stations, you'll see it's mostly weekends. I think that my time is up now, so it's weekends. It's mostly weekends, and we have the top blocks also. It is there for if anyone wants to have a look at it. Okay, this is also important. I think I will conclude with this. It's crimes against our women and our children. Murder, attempted murder, and assault GBH, all 3 stations combined. Okay, the murders of the woman 18 years and older. April 2020 to March 2021, there was 37, and then the next year 40, so there is an increase of 3. Attempted murders 44 to 33, a decrease of -11. Sal GBH 420 to 385, a decrease of 35. Okay, thank you. I think that's my story. My time is up. Hi, General. Robberies, skyjackings, trio crimes, rape. No, General, we don't have it here, but we can prepare it. There's rapes, General. We have the day of the week and the time period and the top blocks and the suburbs and the modus operandi for rapes. Okay, can I speak to this, General? Okay. Now, if you look at the rape, the 3 stations, the day of the week, we'll see that Sundays, that Saturday and Sunday is the highest. It's highlighted in red, the day of the week. 24.1% on a Saturday and 36.4% on a Sunday. That is now in Harare. In Khayelitsha, it is on a Sunday.
Go back to that slide of place of occurrence.
Okay, I don't have that.
Yeah, here it is. No, here it is. No, go back. Here. So because... You need to be tender with the thing, man. Don't talk, Jojo. Yeah, there. So, talk to that slide where rape places of occurrence. It's important. That slide is important so that people see where do people get raped.
I don't think I have that slide with me, General. Oh, yeah. Wait.
Now, at your back.
Then evidence in front on the screen.
Thank you. Okay, I think the version that I have is the shortened version. That is why I don't have the same presentation. Maybe I will just explain. The rapes, that is April 21 to March 2022 for the previous financial year, top places of occurrence in a residence of the perpetrator or the victim, including residents known by the victim, 254. So that is quite concerning because it seems like the victim and the perpetrator are in the same place. That is 71.5% contribution. In public places, street, open field, or recreational centers or parks, 24 cases for the previous financial year for those 3 stations, 6.7%. The mode of transport is 19, 5.4% contribution. Liquor outlets, shebeens, tavern, pubs, bottle stores, 3. Thank you, General. Okay. Okay, I think I'm now concluded. Thank you very much, General.
Thank you, General. Maybe can we ask the two remaining speakers, they each have 5 minutes. We can ask them to donate 2 minutes each. We take donations. While Father Mkachwa is coming forward, let us, ladies and gentlemen, acknowledge in our midst Mr. Bheki Cele, MP, as well as Councillor Lonwabo Mqina, who is the Ward Councillor, Ward 99. Father Mkachwa.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The Moral Regeneration Movement has been invited to this very important summit. First of all, in order to give us an opportunity to acknowledge the progressive leadership of the Minister and his department, the manner in which they are bringing the community into the picture to become part of finding the solution. So, Minister, thank you very much, and your civilian secretariat is certainly doing a sterling job in terms of, in a way, narrowing the gap between government and the communities. I must say that the previous government, the party government, had a sense of humor, in the sense that in your particular instance, for example, probably thousands of people were uprooted from wherever they lived, and they were brought into this place called now Khayelitsha. Now, the expectations of people was that if you say we are going to a Khayelitsha, there's water, the clean water, potable water. There are education facilities. It's a place of safety where boys and girls, especially women, can walk about the streets, can go to their places of employment, can remain in their houses feeling safe. Khayelitsha also meant that we're going to a place where there will be roads, going to a place where people will find jobs, where they find unemployment, where services, basic services, will be easily made accessible to them. That's what Khayelitsha, in the people's mind, that's what it meant. Now, I say this government had a sense of humor because it had a way of almost raising false expectations in the minds of people. If you take, for instance, Khaya Mnandi, Stellenbosch, what is so Mnandi about that township? There's very little that is very Mnandi there. If you take the place of Uachis, which is now called Paula, how the people experiencing indawo emnandi lapha kuphole khona? But the reality is that we are now facing the situation where those expectations, where those promises were actually betrayed. And that's why today we have got such an alarming rate of crime in Khayelitsha. And for me, what is most distressing is that the rate or spate of murders almost contradict the whole idea of a democratic country, a democratic society. The exact opposite. You cannot say you have a wonderful constitution with all those rights, but you cannot enjoy those rights when you are dead. Not only just wounded or sick or something, you are dead. And therefore, all those rights for you are meaningless because we are not there to enjoy them. So the situation, especially the murder rate, is so serious that it undermines everything that this democratic government has set out to achieve. Now, what are we going to do about that now? In 1994-95, Mandela called for what he called the RDP of the soul. To simplify that, what he really meant was that unlike the previous government that we had before, we wanted a society where people could live together in peace. We wanted a society where people could have jobs, where people could not be victims of gross unemployment, especially young men and women, and some of them who actually have even degrees from institutions of higher learning. We wanted a situation where there would be mutual respect for one another. We wanted a society where the issue of social and economic viability would be taken very seriously. That's what he really basically meant by that. That's why, therefore, we work very closely with the Civilian Secretariat, because this little booklet here, called the Charter of Positive Values, which was published in 2008, if you read it, it tells you the kind of values that we believe should actually be guiding our relationship with one another. Because what alarms us, what upsets us in society as a whole, is just the physical manifestation of what is wrong here and what is wrong here. Ubaba Lona referred to Isimilo, the issue, of values, of ethical values, of behavior, of morality, and so on. So what we see happening, the murders, the killing, the insults, the violence, the drunkenness and drugs and abuse of drugs and all those things, is because what is lacking is there's no conscience. And we are degenerating almost into behaving in a way almost like animals. And that's why, therefore, Tina and Nabafundis, we emphasize the importance, not only that, but the importance of moral and ethical values. And we'll therefore continue to to strengthen the relationship between what MRM is doing together with the Department of Police Service. Let me conclude, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, by saying that your own future is in your hands. Your hands as organized as society, but working together with the government that you elected into power to ensure that common good is enhanced. Thank you very much.
Enkositata kakhulu siyabulela. The second last speaker is going to be Commissioner Ntuli, who is from the Provincial Human Rights Commission. And what is going to happen after that, we are going to invite Mr. Luyanda Khomfo, who is going to explain what will happen in terms of the commissions. So he is going to give us that information before we take the tea break. Let us hand over to Commissioner Ntuli.
Ngiyabonga, Program Director. Good morning to everyone present. Ninjani? Njengoba sebeshilo, igama lami ngingu Commissioner Ntuli, ngiphuma e-South African Human Rights Commission. I'd like to firstly congratulate on behalf of the Commission, the KDF, as well as the Civilian Secretariat for this very, very important gathering. I had a pre-prepared speech, but after yourself, Father Mkachwa, I think you have completely rearranged my thinking. So in honor of the 2 minutes that I have, I want to perhaps just emphasize some of the points that were raised by Father Mkachwa. The first point that I want to make is to make the link between 1976 and today. It should not be lost on us that what happened today in 1976 was a confrontation and in many ways a dialogue and conversation between the police and communities. This conversation is still ongoing. What Father Mkachwa has asked is, when we look at the state of affairs today, what do we have to say about the comparison between that conversation that was happening in 1976 and what is happening now in terms of the confrontation between the police as well as the communities? To help us understand this, I want to speak mainly about trauma, how we carry it and how we continue it over generations. It's something that in conversations of this nature we often do not focus on, but it is of critical importance in order for us to understand, for example, the stats that were presented here today. How do we grapple with the fact that the rates of crime are increasing? The levels of precariousness and disparity amongst people and communities, levels of unsafety are increasing as opposed to decreasing. How do we make sense of that in relation to ideals of democracy, ideals of human rights? What is the role of communities? What is the role of the police? There are various studies and quite an emerging field that is looking at the role of intergenerational trauma and how it is passed. And many people have various theories for how this happens, but in the main, and these people look mainly at mass trauma such as the Holocaust, what happened in Rwanda, and South Africa applies as well. Where did everything that was experienced in this country go? We understand that the human takes in their experiences and it sits in the psyche, it sits in the body, and we inherit it. We all sit here today with inherited trauma from those who came before us. So, Program Director, KDF, and Civilian Secretariat. Someone asked one of the speakers earlier, I think it was my sister here in the front, who spoke to implementable resolutions. On behalf of the South African Human Rights Commission, one of the main points we would like to leave here is that amongst the resolutions of the summit has to be a focus on trauma. How has it affected the ways in which the conversations between the police and the community? How does it affect the ways in which human rights are protected, promoted by the community, but also by the state? Our role as the South African Human Rights Commission, as most of us understand, we are established by Chapter 9 of the Constitution to, amongst others, promote and protect human rights, but also to monitor what the state does in protecting these human rights. And if, as a second proposal for the resolutions of this conference, I was very pleased, Program Director, if I can just borrow your program. I was very pleased to see that amongst the commissions that we are going to sit in today is a commission on the promotion of effective community participation and involvement that will result in safer citizenry. Why this is important is because it speaks to the role of communities in monitoring what's happening on the ground, keeping communities safe, but also holding the state accountable. Most importantly, recently I was part of a seminar where someone made the comparison between this moment socio-politically and the 1980s. And they said there's a sense that we are transitioning in a major way, not just here nationally, but globally. And also contributed to by these intersecting global crises, the health crisis, the economic crisis, and of course, there are other crises. The gender-based violence crisis. South Africa has the highest rates of violences against women. If this moment feels like a transitionary moment, then the 1980s have a lot to teach us about what communities can do in responding to a state of increased precariousness. The KDF has a central role to play here. Organized communities, responsible communities. Most importantly, the question of culture. The slide that the minister requested to be highlighted shows that 71.5% of rapes happen amongst people that we know. What that means is that the majority of us in this room either have experienced firsthand in our families or we know of such in the families. Now the question is, and I'm calling on each and every one of you to ask yourselves, what have you done about the rape that you know in your family, in your streets, and in your neighborhood? What have you done to contribute to holding the state accountable, to holding perpetrators accountable? This is not the role of the state alone, but it is the role of communities. When we have strong, organized communities, we are most likely to have responsive state, because there's nothing else that they can do when communities rise. And that is the meaning and nature of democracy. It is a government by the people. So we would like to, in closing, encourage the communities to continue to be active in holding the state accountable. As the South African Human Rights Commission, we have a complaints handling procedure, and we are open to receiving complaints on the violation of human rights. And we encourage you, through your program director, to go to www.southafricansahrc.org.za. At that website, you will find a link to how you can lodge a complaint with the South African Human Rights Commission. We are looking forward to working with KDF to ensure that we find ways in which we monitor and hold the state accountable further. Thank you very much.
Is coming forward. He is going to speak to explain.
Manibulise kumphathiswa, ku-Deputy Minister, ku-MEC, ku-National Commissioner, uba umkhashwa, all protocols observed, and all the dignitaries. Molweni bahlali. Kulithamsanqa ukuba kwi-constitution yethu zonke ezi language sibalulekile ngokulinganayo. Ngongakumbi apho Western Cape, Afrikaans, English nesiXhosa sibekelwa phezulu. Kuyafuneka ke selisebenzise lo thuba. Okwa Minister is to just talk about the commissions that we are going to have today. I-commissions zizabanhlanu. We've got 5 commissions. One of the commissions is about the promotion of effective community participation and involvement. That will result in safer citizenry. The commission, the person that will lead that commission is Mr. Leonard Ramatlakane. He is with us today. Ndicela nje ba uphakamise isandla ba uRamatlakane. Siyambona sonke. Yes. Uba ke uyaqwalasela maniqale ngale ndawo. Kwezi files sinazo apha ecangwethu. All the files, you will see there's a sticker on top of that file. That sticker, for example, the one that deals with Uba Ramatlakane, there's a pink sticker. Siyababona bonke baba beko pink apha ecankwabo. Bazawulandela Uba Ramatlakane. Uzabona apha phezu kwefile kukho pink okhoyo. Uba ungopink ngizakuchazela ba wena yakho ngubani na. Yes, nanku mama uyasibonisa. Ulandela only xa unopink. Ulandela Uba Ramatlakane. Apho siyakhona siya kwa room 71. Simbonile Uba Ramatlakane. Eyesibini lilonke la commission izabe iqwalasele uphuhliso lentatho nxaxheba yabantu kukhuseleko. The second commission is called deep-rooted socio-economic ills which need to be eradicated for the health and safety of the citizen. And that it will be led by Eldred de Klerk. Where are you, Mr. de Klerk? Can you show your hand? Siyambona Mr. de Klerk? Yes. La commission ke yona ke, it will be at room 79. If uyajonga kwezinto zilapha phambi kwethu i-red yona. Bakhona abantu abambona i-red kweza sticker. Red sticker. Iyesithathu xa ibizwa kuthiwa is an effective integrated justice system as part of a whole of government response to facilitating safer cities and citizens. Ngamafutshane intsebenziswano kumaqonga onke okhuseleko nomthetho. Leyo ke, that commission will be led by uGeneral Mzwandile Petros. Ndicela uphakamise isandla tata bakubone. Nambona utata uPetros niyamazi. Kamandi bonke ababantu sizanabo niyabazi apha eWestern Cape, apha eKhayelitsha. Eyesine. Leyo ke izaba kwa room 76. Xa nijonga izitika zakhona zi-green. Siyazibona izitika ezi-green. Okay. Isitika esi-green bahamba naye ke. Sabalungiselela wena nabalahlekileyo. Uzawuba khona umuntu ozolungisa abo balahlekileyo nabaphanga semva abanye mhlamba bengenazo ii-files. The fourth one, kaibizwa kuthiwa urban and environmental design that promotes safety and security for citizens. Leyo inhlalo enhle ephakamisa ukhuseleko. Leyo izaba kwa room 77. Abo banezitika ezi orange bazawulandela yona. Umuntu ozoyilidisha ngutata uAlistair Graham. Where are you? There. Siyambona? Yes. Course. Yawubikwa number 77. Eyokugqibela. The last one is combating gender-based violence. Ukulwa ngokuhlukunyezwa ngokwesini. Uzawube phana ngendlela ebaluleke ngayo. Kuzabe kukho ijwarha pha nomama ukhohli. Mbu khona uphi? Mr. Poqwana, nali ijwarha. Sawulandela lona. Izawube ikwa 78 izitika esizisebenzisayo zezi ziyelo. Olahlekileyo ngenasitika njalo njalo. Ukhona uba unjozela. Ulakhi njozela. Siyambona xa ungazaziyo wena bakufune kuyephi na uzawudibana naye. Uzawube elapha. Now, let us say, at first, as we have listened to all the speakers, these commissions are informed. Of course, they might not cover everything that we are faced with, but we interacted, we did them with your leaders, and they said they would love us to discuss these particular issues as your representatives, as they seem to be at the center of addressing the challenges that we are facing. And that we must emphasize, if you check here, we decided to have a summit at this stage, not an imbizo. Only few people. That means whatever that you come up with here, we need to ensure that it reaches the whole Khayelitsha, because we are representing the people of Khayelitsha. And that means you should participate effectively. Starting like Pana ke groups or tata ababazi facilitators. What they are basically going to do, one, they are going to just give a brief overview of the topic. Ukuthi si apa sabe sithetha ngantoni na. Then followed with that will be, it's a problem in that particular area. Besithetha ngengxaki esijongene nazo kweza topics. Emveni koko benichilo nathi nifuna into ezibambekayo, nifuna deliverables. You don't want a tick box. You want things that will be done. That means the third part will be you dealing with solutions. The presentation will also take this format where you will indicate what needs to be done and that by who and how to implement it and by when. Yonke lonto leyo ke ilapha ezandleni zenu xa nipha commissions. Sizawuzama ngandlela zonke i-facilitators babonke abantu bathathe inxaxheba pha kwi-commissions. Kodwa ke babe khona abantu boyikayo uthetha phakathi kwabantu. Nangona se-encourage ba wonke umuntu athethe. Ikhona ke into ekhoyo pha. Uyayibona kule pack yakho. Apho wena xa ucaka ba noko umlomo ubuhlungwana. Kodwa ke singayi-encourage lonto leyo. Uyawubhala ke pha mhlambi kukho into ezithile ongafuna uzithetha phambi komuntu wonke. Then you will note ke ezo zinto zibalulekileyo. Sikhona iziscribers ezizawube zihamba nani. Xa ufilishe lonto leyo ziziqokelele kuze ibe yinxalenye ye-report. Ingaba siyavana kakuhle, sicacile lapho siyakhona. Mhlali ngaphambili manibulele Nkosi. O sisiphinda ungasichazela nje iti izawuba ndawoni na? Imelda, Mem Clean Boy. Okay, bathi ke bazayigqithisa lo information kwa kufutshane. Mama Clean Boy, are you coming to Pinders? Where is it izawuba ndawoni? Oh, bathi ke xa siphuma nje bazasinika i-direction. Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili.
Thank you, sir. So now we're going to have a tea break. Straight from the tea break, we go to our commissions, and I will see you after the commissions. Thank you.
Can you just stand?
Hey, Spawn. What was the
Thank you very much, Parade Commander, the Minister of Police, General Cele, the Deputy Minister of Police, the Dekasel Matale, the Deputy National Commissioners present here today, the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Bheki Cele, of course, the community of Khayelitsha, of course, also recognizing the Khayelitsha Development Forum and its chairperson, members of the media. We are happy to announce that we are today in Khayelitsha, and the Minister of Police will be handing over vehicles to the community of Khayelitsha. As you are aware, the greater Khayelitsha consists of more than one police station, which is Khayelitsha, Harare, Lingiletu West, and these are vehicles that will be embedded in the communities at a sector with the sector teams. Let me then take this opportunity to allow the Deputy Minister to introduce the Minister to address yourselves. Thank you very much, DM.
No, thanks, National Commissioner, Minister, and Provincial Commissioner, Senior Management. I'll take this opportunity to invite the Minister to do the ritual of the event, which is handing over vehicles. Over to you, Minister Cele.
I'm thinking of handing over back to you. Good morning, Deputy Minister, members of Parliament that are here, that are there. Father Smangaliso Mkajwa, the Regeneration National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Chinga Provincial Commissioner, all our social partners, especially the chair of KDF, one of the most notorious guys, pushes us around like anything here. We are here today in Khayelitsha as we are invited by the Khayelitsha Development Forum, KRF. The chair is here. I saw deputy chair. Is deputy chair here?
In the commissions.
It's in the commission. Just to work from the side of the community dealing with the issues of this community of Khayelitsha around these 3 police stations. As we know that these places tend to be notorious, as known with the mass killings. We are trying to invite everybody to say what needs to be done, but with a full understanding that if the community is not central to what we are trying to do, it won't work. That's why we're very pleased today that it's not the police, it's not the government that has pulled together everybody that is here. We're pulled together by the community itself, by the members of the community themselves, and then we're here as people to answer to them what is there, to work with them, to achieve the better life, better safety, and just give the space of the people of this place so that they can begin to deal and stay out of crime. There are things that as a government we will do. We are having commissions now, 5 commissions, and basically almost all these commissions are trying to find the answers from the community, and the few things that we want to hear from those communities is then what to be done, by who and by when, so that we know as a government things that the community expect us to do. We do know some, but we want to be told further and then give us time frames to work on those things. There are things that we know that we are supposed to do. We're supposed to arrest criminals as they commit crime, that we don't have to be told by the community. We're supposed to put police at the police stations. We're supposed to resource those police stations. In that, it is on that score that this province, especially around the city of Cape Town, we have 8 police stations that appear on the top 30 of most criminal stations in the country. There are 8 here. I'm sure KZN and Gauteng, the rest, they share the rest. Those 8 police stations, they've been given extra 10 million rand to run the situation at the station level as they respond. 10 million rand. That is beyond the equity budget that this province gets. So they've received 10 million rand to these 8 police stations, but also this province has received 10 million rands on the anti-gang unit budget. That is beyond the equity budget. They received 15.8 million rand to deal with GBV. That is beyond the equity budget. They received 9 million rand to deal with the safety of stations in this area, those stations that are vulnerable like this, that we are talking about. Therefore, we are working as a government, both national and provincial, to work together. As we were told this morning, and we have been told time and again, especially by the community, to say they don't need politics here. They need what the government at all levels is going to do. We are very glad that we have been working with the provincial government, the MEC, though he's gone now, will be coming back in the afternoon for other things. I think we're beginning to find one another to say, let's go to that place and deal with the issues there and forget about who's supposed to do what and not supposed, and all of us working together. Last time the KDF or the community through the KDF raised the issue of the non-responsive because the non-availability of cars given to these stations. So the National Commissioner has given these cars you see here to be set for sector policing of this Khayelitsha. And as a cluster, there are 10 of them, and I think every one of these cars will have a number of the cell phone, that cell phone will be forever in that car, so that that car is found and is able to respond accordingly. And we believe that the response will be better. We believe that the communities will see these cars moving around them, be able to call on them, be able to report crime, be able to get a quick assistance from these cars. So these cars then are handed over to the community, greater community of Khayelitsha, under the management of this district, by the commander of the district, but the community, I'm sure, through their chair, will have to have something to say, but also be an eye, ears, and make sure that these cars are utilized exactly for what it has been given, what they have been given here for, and not any other thing, not for shopping, not for parking in your own homes, but to make sure that they respond and they fight crime. I will take over from whoever was an MC here and invite the chair to come and say something. And come and say something here, and then we, as we're handing over the cars to them. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, and all protocol observed. There isn't much for us to say as the KDF. What is interesting, General Masemola, is that, I don't know, maybe you knew what you knew when the commitment was made that you will make available these vehicles. Khayelitsha needs these types of resources. I do not believe that there is anything that we would want to say except to say, Minister, thank you very much, and I really am not going to say anything else. Thank you very much.
We're going to move to the Carlston Park. And when we get to the cars, they're going to switch on, as I indicated, so that the lights are there. Yes. Switch on the lights.
Okay, we're handing over the cars.
So check NSL.
Cellphone yakho. Ayidumeke baba. Okay, we'll see to them together with the community.
Yeah, the side here, please, come on.
We work proper with them. They should not be abused. I'm a phone and
Uzawenza nazi veni basi uningusami siyamuva lezi ngibona so uthatha phela yithi bafuna ningabe ngumngcikani bayilahle
Everyone okay, colleagues? You need this one.
That's not mine.
This is not yours. It's a police one. Oh, is it? Yeah. Is it yours? Is it yours? It's
that one is mine.
Okay, perfect. All right, colleagues. Happy Youth Day, everybody. Let's just start with the Q&As. The minister said a
finish.
yeah,
Okay.
let's start with Q&A. Is
everybody ready?
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, Minister,
You are?
as is Lindsay Dentlinger, ENCA.
Yes.
As Lorenzo put it, a lot has been said this morning. The communities are now in breakaway groups to discuss. How do you ensure that this is not just a talk shop? And how will you go about implementing what comes out of these discussions that are going on right now?
At least for a change, we are invited by the communities here to listen. We have taken really a back seat. We are backbenchers here as a government. But the commissions, as they come back, I hope you saw the area where say what to be done, by who and when. I think when that comes back, we'll have to stick to who, if it is for us, and by when we'll try to stick on the time. It is not us coming with those things, who to do it and when to do it. It's a community, and ours is, as the government, especially this Department of Police and the security cluster, because it's not the police alone. There is also NPA that was here today. It's just to obliged to work on those things that the communities believe that if they are done and done properly, life will be better.
All right, colleagues, one more.
Minister, also many things said by Mr. Tiro right there behind you, extortion, rackets, we hear about gangs, and today that it's Youth Day, we hear from the youth that they are the ones resorting to this crime that you're seeing in this area. What can really be done? That I know it's beyond the ambit of the police ministry, but to get these young people to engage themselves in alternates to crime.
Well, they did not end there. They said they are scared. When the young people are scared, it's a scary situation. They should be free. They should be out there. They should be playing. They should be enjoying their young age. One thing that one should warn is that You never reverse, you never go back to your young age. So you'll have to enjoy it. So if the circumstances and situation does not allow them to do, is a serious indictment to all of us to make sure that we fix it. Unfortunately, if I take you to Polsmo or any other correctional service, they are full of young people. Not only that, the cemeteries are full of young people. Most of the people that we pick up here dead with these masks will be the years, most of them are less than 40. They'll start from 18 to 35 and all. That's a situation that must be changed. Youth of 1976 did not fight for the thriving of crime and criminality and criminals. They thrive for the better life, and this is not it. So we are glad when youth itself becomes a part of saying, not on our name, we shall work together with everybody, we'll avail ourselves to make sure that we improve the situation. It is on that score that we are happy that they are here. It is on that score that we also want to listen from them and make sure that we respond to the things that we raise. Father Smangaliso Mkajwa is here to say it cannot just the police, it can not just be every other thing. The moral regeneration, the conscious, to say you are a human being, we are beyond being animals, we are beyond killing one another, raping one another. That will have to come to us. Those are the kind of things that now and again, though we know them, we need to be reminded. So it's important that this Youth Day is dedicated on the security, especially of young people, women and children.
May I ask the Commissioner a question?
Yes, madam.
You've been in office now just not so many weeks. What are you seeing from an operational perspective? Are the problems here in Khayelitsha to get a grip on these mass killings?
The problem around Khayelitsha, what we see is that we need the community to work with us, give us information what we know in terms of people that are robbing others or killing others. Most of the crime in Khayelitsha, when you look, it is not strangers that are committing crime to strangers. It's people that know each other, because mostly you find that if it's rapes or assaults, they happen at homes. And also people are killed or die as a result of, or they assault each other as a result of arguments. So you can't have it's not usual that you have an argument with a stranger. So actually it's people that know each other. So they must assist us, come forward, not as informers, come forward as witnesses, because they've seen what has happened. Come forward so that we build strong cases and we can take the perpetrators to court.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, General. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very
and Happy Youth Day once again.
You're trying to remind us of something?
Yes.
It's unlike some Utatul.
Precinct. So whatever interventions which we're proposing from an environmental design or a physical environment perspective, we're focusing it onto those hotspots specifically so that we get the best utilization of our limited resources collectively. So it's a very important first step which needs to be taken, and that can be done in the short term. It is something which we have done previously in other communities, and we've done sections of Khayelitsha before where we've collaborated with groups like the KDF, we've collaborated with SAPS and law enforcement agencies, and we've collaborated with the neighborhood watchers and the CPFs in order to get the appropriate information and to map those key hotspots where we need to intervene and perhaps change the physical environment. We are focused on the physical environment. So we need to identify those hotspots very accurately, which is not always that easy. And then the next two things, the next two elements, I think, which apply to all of the different items which we've identified, is collaboration between key role players. So we need to put in place a mechanism where we can collaborate. And we've collaborated extremely well in the past, and there's no reason why we can't do that again. So that collaboration needs to happen. And then the third one was around roles and resourcing responsibilities and prioritization. And the prioritization, to a large extent, is determined by the identification of the key hotspots, but there may be certain key issues within those hotspots which need to be prioritized and done immediately. And there are a couple of items within our list which we've suggested. So I think in the light of those three things, I'll go through the list of what was identified from a physical environment perspective. The first thing was lighting. And in certain areas we need lighting, so we need new lighting where this violence might be happening, and we need to do maintenance of existing lighting. And we have experienced within a lot of areas where new lighting is put in and it's removed quite soon after it's been placed in. And in terms of recycling and cable theft, etc. So we need new lighting and we need maintenance of existing lighting. The key role players with respect to that in terms of implementation is the City of Cape Town and Eskom. So those are the two key role players, and that can be done in the short and the medium term. If we're doing maintenance of lighting, that can be short term. If we're doing implementation of new lighting, and we need new electrical supply in order to get that lighting in place, that could be short or medium term, depending on the area. The second item we looked at was, especially within the informal areas, and it was mentioned, Enkanini and Englavini, that there needs to be safe access routes. So law enforcement agencies and SAPs don't have access into the area in order to do effective policing within those areas. So there's a requirement for safe access routes, and again, we must focus on the hotspot areas where there's no access. Initially, I'm not saying it shouldn't be everywhere within the entire city and Khayelitsha, but the initial action must be we need to focus on those hotspot areas and ensure that there's adequate access and safe access for law enforcement and emergency services, for that matter. That safe access is more of a medium-term intervention. We could probably prioritize certain elements of it fairly quickly, but in general it's a medium-term intervention because you're going to have to move people's homes around, and it's a process of negotiation. We would need close cooperation both with the ward councillors and the KDF and the Ward Development Forum in achieving that, and probably the Sankos. The fixing of the existing roads. So we've got existing roads, obviously, in Khayelitsha, and a lot of them in very poor condition. And there's key zones where there's a lot of potholes, and that's resulting in car hijackings and robberies because the cars are forced to slow down within those zones. I have been in meetings with the station commander within Harare already, and we've initiated that process. The city has not implemented it quickly enough, and we need to implement it quickly. It is something which can be done quickly, the fixing of the potholes. You can't fix the potholes when the roads are wet, because then they'll just collapse again. So you have to allow the roads to dry out and then fix the potholes. If we can do that within the key hotspots, I think it would make an immediate impact because the cars would not have to slow down to maneuver through those pothole areas. The next item was the numbering of houses and the identification of people's homes, especially within the informal areas, in order that when an emergency is happening, that a physical address can be given to SAPs and law enforcement agencies. That is something which we have been doing. We've started doing it in Monobisi Park, and we've been doing it in Lotus Park next in Nyanga Junction, where we've put in place a community-based GIS system where each home is physically identified. Each family gets a plan of their home in relation to the settlement, and they've got a physical postal address, and it's on a GIS platform which is run by the community within the area. So we have experimented with that, and it's been done quite successfully. There's no reason why we can't expand that to other areas. And I think that would help, because then if SAPs and the people who are required to be on the front line and the other emergency services, if they have access to that system. It's essentially a street map with street numbers identified on it. Then when the call comes in, you would know where to go to. You'd be able to look on the map and respond. The next item was the maintenance of public facilities. So public facilities need to be maintained, and they need to run optimally. And again, I just need to remind people that, and the Minister, that I'm talking about the physical environment. So public facilities, whether it's a taxi interchange or a railway station or a sports facility or a community hall or a cash office, etc., these places need to be well maintained and safe. And, you know, part of the safety within an area is determined by the image which is portrayed through the state of the area, this kind of broken windows type theory. So if an area looks run down, then it's probably more likely that crime's going to happen there. So we need to make sure that our places are well maintained. And that's just about getting the basics right. That's also short term. And what we would also need to look at is the management and safety of public facilities in cooperation with the community. So we need to take the community into our confidence and partner with them with respect to the management and maintenance of public facilities, so that the community can start taking ownership and start protecting the public facilities and the services which are delivered from those facilities. And in relation to that, you know, we need to partner more strongly with groups like the KDF. We also need to look at how we utilize EPWP, so the Expanded Public Works Program. And we also need to look at how we work with neighborhood watches and CPFs in relation to that Expanded Public Works Program and deploy them appropriately. The next item was CCTV cameras, number plate recognition technology in key locations and identified hotspots, entrances and exits. So I think that's what needs to be done there, is to confirm what exists and what kind of coverage we've got currently within those mapped areas, those hotspots, and what is planned and where are the gaps. And that's both short-term and medium-term implementation. The next item which came up was de-densification of overcrowded informal areas. So that obviously impacts on the ability to access those areas, both from SAPs and emergency services. So that's a longer-term type of initiative. What the city does is reblocking, where you start creating a grid system of movement routes so you can gain access into the area, creates fire breaks, and it provides vehicle access. And then also in-situ upgrading. So reblocking might not be the answer in some areas where you do more of a normal in-situ upgrading. That's a longer-term initiative. The clustering of public facilities and services, providing safe access to communities in key locations with safe pedestrian and vehicle access. So this is something which we've started doing in certain areas, and it would probably be applicable within these hotspot areas. Often the hotspot areas are where you find a high concentration of footfall, so a lot of people moving through the area. It's often around public transport, where there's not good urban management in place, and the criminal elements basically take control of the income streams, and they start charging protection and robbing people, and those often escalate, which I think everybody here in the room knows. So that urban management needs to be put back into place. It's a lot easier to introduce effective urban management if you're clustering facilities and services, because then you can get the economies of scale introduced into those areas and start reducing the operational burden on government and getting more effective management and maintenance of public facilities, obviously with the involvement of the community. The next item is a tricky one, management of influx and indiscriminate expansion of informal settlements and land invasions. And land invasions, I think, is the key one here. What that results in is, without proper design, we end up like now in winter, with communities that are living in flooded zones and without access to services. And it becomes a problem. And also the illegal foreign nationals, the influx of illegal foreign nationals, that also becomes an issue. And, you know, the problem maybe which we're experiencing in Nkanini and Englovini now, in the future there's other places which have been invaded, and those are going to be the problems of next year or the year after. So we have to find a way of starting to manage influx and land invasions more effectively. And in my mind, the only way to do that is to partner much more directly with the community. And the community and the KDF can play a very effective role in assisting government in managing that kind of expansion where we would then struggle to service and provide facilities to communities. Because if we're unable to service and provide facilities to communities, it's far more likely it's going to become unsafe, and that crime is going to start manifesting in those areas, and that we can't get access to police and bring emergency services and basic services into those areas. So it is a very difficult situation. I think in our room, SAPS was talking about exploring the utilization of drones within inaccessible areas to perhaps enhance the ability of the law enforcement agencies to operate within those areas. And then we've experimented with a cell phone app where we're identifying broken infrastructure within the city, and where we can geolocate it. It gets automatically loaded onto a database, and we can provide a mapping dashboard at the click of a button of areas of the city. So we've swept the whole city, and we picked up 18,000 items of broken infrastructure. It's basically a free app. We can share that with SAPS. We could provide that app to you. You could use it to immediately load onto a GIS database platform where the incidents of crime are happening. And you could have dashboards, for example, per policing precinct or station, where at the click of a button you'd be able to see the different types of crime and how they're manifesting spatially within the area. So that first thing we're doing is to do that proper plotting of crime within the physical area. There's an app where you could actually be running that live, where you would have instant mapping which identifies that kind of hotspot and how crime perhaps is shifting, and it would assist with the crime pattern analysis. And then somebody mentioned, it was either in the plenary or in one of the working groups, that neighborhood watchers need data in order to have access to law enforcement agencies and in order to communicate effectively when things are happening on the ground. What we've experimented with in certain areas of the city is to provide free Wi-Fi. And in areas of Monobisi Park, Harare, and also Lotus Park, we've provided a network of free Wi-Fi where anybody can gain access to 5 gigs of data per month. And at the moment, we've got 30,000 independent users within those areas who are utilizing that. And it kind of picks up on what people have said in the plenary around access to the economy. So if you've got free data on your cell phone, it's providing you with access to the economy and the potential to participate in the economy, but also provides access so that you can contact emergency services and SAPS if something is going wrong within the area. And you would have a steady stream of free data available to you. And that's the end of my input. Thanks very much.
Ms. Khohli and Mr. Pokwana.
Greeting Minister, Deputy Minister, protocol observe everyone. We are using the old model, so you're not in these digital things, so be there with us. We are busy with gender-based violence. As we know, gender-based violence is a big thing in our community and is happening each and every time. Even now, someone is get raped even now. Someone get victimized even now. One of the challenges, like we're talking about, that we no longer having in our heart, that there's a word they call it Ubuntu. The Ubuntu is gone to us. We don't have Ubuntu anymore. It's where now we're having these issues because we ran away from Ubuntu. Asisenabo Ubuntu ngoku. Into sesinayo ngoku sesizi animals ekuthiwa zi-lion ezilwayo. Sinala anger that we don't know where it's coming from. The respect, there's no respect anymore. Everyone do whatever. No one is respecting anyone. So it's one of the challenges that we that is there on the gender-based violence that we need to look on it. The gender inequality, that's a problem. That's a big one. Gender equality. As you know, there's an indoctrination patriarcha ekudala khona ubangaba indoda funeke ibe yonke into yenzelwe ngokwayo ayikwazi nohlamba izitya ayikwazi notshintsha umntana enapkeni so always we saying zizinto zomama into ezifana nelobola more special to this generation inendima idlala kakhulu because there's that term la nto yenzekayo when the kids ekhona kuthiwe umntana funeka ehlawulwe i-challenge esinayo kakhulu leyo because there's unemployment eninzi ekhulu leyo in the community. What about ke ngoku those people who are unemployed and then they're supposed to pay intoni ilobola? Who can pay ilobola engasebenzi? Okay. So poverty yenye izinto ekulanto ziphinda kwesibini there's into ekuthiwa kuthwala a 48 years man ithwala umntana of age of 16 years. What is that? 48 years man umntana akhe uthwala umntana akhe. You married a 16 years child, still a child was that one. But you married that person, that child, but is your child. Where is our moral? Where is Ubuntu? Kids have been raped each and every day. Who's raping the kids? Dim daughter. Where is Amadoda now? Where is Amadoda now? Why are we doing this to our kids? Where's our future leaders that we're supposed to support them? We're supposed to protect them. But we're rating them today. These are the challenges that are, even our relatives, it's your kids, but you're raping your kid. Where's your mind when you think about that? Which society are we building? There's something that I think we never, the time I was not there. You must be there with me. I was not there. The time they were doing a constitution. Let's revisit the constitution here too. Because the gender-based violence on that time was hidden. It was there, but was hidden. We need to revisit the constitution so that we can amend some of the things that are not there in the Constitution. It's one of the challenges that like we're facing in our community. Because the Constitution is work for some certain people, not everyone. That's why gender-based violence is so high in our community. There's some like unreported cases that is happening. Because people are scared to go to the police station, most especially the men. When they are like ebethiwe ngumfazi wakhe or erapiwe ngumfazi wakhe, when it comes to the police station, a report a case, we're laughing as a policeman. How can the man erapiwe ngumfazi? So they are so shy now, they don't want to go and report the cases. So we need indlela yobangaba zonke izinto zikwazi ureporteka as cases. You need bangaba ka ufike police station ukwazi ureport case, but uzayireporta njani because ufika pha uhlekwe. How can you report the case when you go to the police station they laugh you when you're reporting that your wife was raped you? We need to think about that. Because we want most that unity. We want that equality. Also in substance abuse, nazo zikhoyo ziyenzeka. But akho mntu ulandozayo uthethayo. Because you are worried, because there's no humanity. Because we used to grow up as people bangaba. We grow up in a community where we will look each other, but now not anymore. Nobody's reporting. Even if you heard something is happening, why are you not reporting those cases? Usaziva got the solutions. The knowledge. I come to understand about where can I report those things. Because if you report to police stations, the information, uzaphinda uyithetha emntwini or uyayireporta la case iphelele endleleni. Akusekho bantu ngoku bonoreporta kubo, but bangaba kwi-community kokwenza awareness. There's no awareness ezenziwayo you educate more people about crime, about rape, about bangaba nomuntu kubhansile crime leyo, about bangaba lanto yenzekayo okwakureyithwa kwalamntana next door. Kufuneka nobango wakho uthatha umntana bango wakho luzabe ereyithwa, lo mntana uzabe oko esenziwa zonke into zingekho right as a gender based violence. Zonke zanto zinidi ukuthiwani ureport. Madoda. I'm talking to my daughter. Men. We need to be having role models. Let's stop insecurities. Ambucingela. Awunayo nobungqina ambucingela nje ufuna ulwa ubetha abantwana ubetha umfazi. Why? Please man up. We need to respect her, even umntana. Because we always like complaining that our kids, they are not listening to us. But did they ever listen to our kids? Did they ever take our kids out as a daughter? We only take our girlfriends and our wives. We're neglecting our kids. There's a tagline always, is taglines. Oyazi ukuthiwa zizilay queen. I'm a blesser. We are blessed ndoda, but abantwana balambile endlini. Why is our blessed ndoda? Kids are hungry. But you blessing wena mantombazana. Nabo balambile endlini abantwana. I-challenges ezisifumeneyo, there are no empowerment for amadoda because we don't talk as a man. There's they are always kukho ilando kuthiwa men akalili, men does not cry. Why? You must cry. That's why there's this anger, because men don't cry. You must cry, man. This is your time. Exactly. But not in front of your kids. Because the kids are looking at you, so you must just hide there and cry. So that you pumelando, lambilin, even when you are angry, get your space and cry. Then when you come back to in front of your kids, you will be number one. In front of your wife, you will be number one. Because if you don't cry, all those burdens are growing up until you become like a big lion. You understand? And also the men, they need to be having some sessions before they go to the essential school. They need to be taught more things. They need to be like a real man. Because a real man is not just to be a man, the in-order, because you are in-order. But you need to be taught more things, like the responsibility behind it. That case of absent parenting, that's a big problem. Because most of the time, parents are fighting for the kid. But they are the one who brought this kid here. But they are fighting for this kid. Instead of protecting this kid, give more in terms of the family unity to this kid. They are fighting for this kid. We need that parenting. We need to be more involved in their children's life. More specialty in my daughter. Let's stop the absent fathers. Absent fathers, that's a challenge that we have. 60%, 62% of absent fathers in South Africa. Why? I know there's some challenges as called, but we need to become more involved on that. Safeguarding and security victims. The protection of the victims, no delay, report, cases as nins as reportwanga, besesi ngenile mona kuyo. And the role of social media, that's a big one. Because it's where our kids must be more in advance in terms of technology. And we're still a little bit behind. So as a parent, you need to be more monitoring ezazinto. Simonitarishe ifoni yomntana, understand umntana ba kwenzeka ntoni life yakhe. So we need to be more in charge as a parent. kubantwana bethu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Minister, and all the people at your side, all protocol observed. My name is Nonzame Florence Cele. I'm working at an organization called Abigail Women's Movement. Our organization is in Kwezi Park, number 33, Galaxy Crescent. I'll just to summarize some of the reactive programs that were mentioned in our commission. We said there were victim support officers at the police station. I think those stations need to be reopened. I remember when I was working at NICRO, there used to be victim support officers, and I think those need to go back. We said police needs more training, neighborhood watch, the victim support is at trauma rooms. We said also the teachers, because the teachers, some of them are not passionate about what's happening. And we also said it must start there at the crash. So in the curriculum that are taught at schools, the teachers need to be taught about the gender-based violence. And also our kids of today are very intelligent. So we need to start at grade R level where they will grow up knowing all these things. As uBhuti besicho prior, ubuntu baphela. Ubuntu abusekho, and my child is your child is my child. Frontliners at police station, as much as they are trained, they need to go back again. Training, yearly there must be trainings so that people must know this is happening. And as uBhuti, men really also are being victims, but they don't report. Kutomos tigers don't cry, but they need to take that serious. And the other thing that we talked about, in victims, the victim must know where to go. In the police stations, there need to be a sign where if you are a rape victim, not going through 5 people, go straight so that you don't feel more victimized as you were already a victim. We said, the signage of a victim-friendly room, mobilization of resources to support a victim rooms. Victim support centers must be open 24/7. You cannot go to the police station and then the victim support room is closed or say there's no one on duty. That's supposed to be like we're having 24 hotlines, so the victim support must be open 24/7. Parenting programs, we talk about parents because us as parents, we are also to be blamed. We don't care about our kids. We don't know whether the child did go to school. You leave your child in the morning at home, you don't even know your child, did your child go to school? So parenting programs need to be implemented. Peer pressure, drugs and alcohol, it's a big problem. We said the GBVF networking forum, list of all the NGOs that's working with domestic violence, integrated programs. Drug lords, we know the drug lords in our area. And I also said, where I stay in my area, I'm scared to report a drug lord because the police will say, you know, Nonzame, she reported the KU, you are selling drugs. So we are scared to be victims. Alcoholism at schools, Pastor was talking about the schools are one of them, I think few schools that they went to during this time where schools, where kids are drinking, minister, at schools. And I was making a comment before we finish. My grandson told me in December, Ma, kids were lying on the floor at parade in town. And my kids, I told them straight away, Minister, I'm sorry. I told them, as soon as you use drugs and alcohol, I'm going to kill you and go to jail. That's my motto at home. I'm speaking to my kids. So parents, please, abantwana izikolo ziyavala ngoku, abantwana are going to drink uthi abakhupha amaphepha. They've already started. And abefundisi banoxanduva kuba what are we doing? And I'm not sure whether it's still happening. There used to be law enforcement at the schools. We're not sure whether the law enforcement are busy with do you stop and search. And there were many programs that we also listed that Department of Community Safety was having the religious program for the school holidays. So it's a long list, but we hope that we'll go back to the programs that are there and that was active. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we are going to take few hands, people who would want to make any kind of input with regard to what has been presented here by the commissions. I am also told that we need to encourage you colleagues to say that this is not the end of the discussion, so the discussions don't end today. You are encouraged, as we will not be able to deal with all the questions, and also we're not going to get all the inputs that is going to help the program. Therefore, you are encouraged to send or submit your inputs, so there's going to be time and there's going to be an email address that is going to be provided to you so that you can send any inputs that you might have, because we're not going to be able to deal with everything here. So we're going to take few hands and to talk about the input. And remember, what is important is that when we leave out of this house, at least we must have possible solutions to the problems that we have. And we have already alluded to a lot of these challenges and problems. So maybe let's focus more on matters of clarity, but as well as what inputs are we providing in order for us to be able to deal with the challenges that have been mentioned here. So I'm going to ask the first 5 people who would want to make inputs, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to assist me, and also in terms of handing over the mic to the people, and also the presenters to be ready to answer or to deal with the inputs and contribution from the people when the need arises. Okay, I see ndiyasibonisa ndesipha. Can we ask someone to give them a mic? And then the second person ngubhuti lo une jacket brown, uqolweni andizwazi amagama. And then owesithathu nankuya naye eBheki ubhuti onomnqwazi omnyama. Siqala kubhuti lowa we-Neighborhood Watch. So we have 3 people, and here is the 4th hand. Sorry, Budine. And then the 5th hand, nansi yaphaya ekoneni, and then we'll see if we'll take another round.
And Bulisile, Minister Neskabasayo, Lumziga Khali wako uchi ndikunipa utapa kunipa uti ndikwakhona laki executive sub forum pa ku sub forum the project coordinator but ke ngoku bendinesicelo apha ku minister endifuna engicelele sona inipa uti isebenza kakhulu especially ku 35 years above 35 years unyuka and ke ngoku isebenza nzima kuba ubundlobongela buninzi now bendicela ke ngoku ever since uprasa wayeka usebenza ibibo bundlobongela kwinto yonke ebangela ba ayeke usebenza na bendicela iminister isincede icelele i-neighborhood xa ithe yasebenza iprasa iqale ngokuthatha kwi-neighborhood ibiseso nje isicelo sam.
Okay, enkosi bhuti, sivakele isicelo sakho. Olandelayo upha eBhek, unxibe umnqwazi omnyama nankuya ubhuti pha. Osisi beningekamphakamisi lo uphethe mic ngoba niphakamise upha eBhek.
Siyabulisa bahlali, sethethile ubhuti lo bengizawuthetha lento ayithethayo. Ndiyaxolisa.
Okay, enkosi. Masinike ubhuti lona nena ngapha phambi kwami nangapha kufutshane kum enxibe ibhatyi enantsika ijacket ebrown.
Mandibulise nam bahlali, ndibulise nakwinkokheli. My issue, in fact, my concern is about the parole board. I'm having a problem about the way they're operating in terms of releasing these some of these criminals early after they've committed such horrendous crimes. So how can we go about reviewing or alternatively amending the legislation that governs the parole boards or the paroles? We need to get into deeper on that issue because it's having an impact on our society. Because these people are roaming around after 5 years, they've murdered 2 or 3 people. They're still roaming around. We are being told they are being rehabilitated. They will go again and kill again. So we need to review an amendment of the parole, the legislation that governs the parole, including the legislation that governs the bail conditions. It also needs to be reviewed because now we are feeling that it favors the perpetrators more than the victims. So it must, the minister must take into consideration to put it in the parliament so that those legislation should be amended.
Enkosi kakhulu bhuti. Isandla besipha eBhek and then sabuya size apha ngaphambili apha phambi kwami.
Molweni maqabane. Igama nguThando ndisuka kwa Social Justice Coalition. Andizungena kwezinye izinto ngizongena kula mcimbi gender-based violence. There's no way you could speak about GBV as a community situation. There's no correctional service or call you up. Because most of the perpetrators at GBV are second-time offenders. These are people that perpetrate as Zindo and then they go to jail. They're giving a parole, they come back again. During social integration, there's nothing by the parole board to go and do you want this person to come back? And even the issue of bail on second-time offenders. How do you give out a bail to a person that has raped before and you expect to rape again? And we speak about the main organization that help. Look at, we had a similar inside PE, where rape victims would go and report. Now we only have a Tutuzela. If I'm raped in Makhaza and I have no means, even Emalia song, at night I have to go to Tutuzela and report a case. Where do I go to? Minister just gave us a police station in Makhaza, a mobile police that closes at 8. Imagine, I'm raped on a Saturday night. Where do I go to? Because the police station that is mobile is closed. So without proper resources, there's no way. Because even after rape, the preventions, we don't have any prevention measures of gender-based violence. We have a large number of our that are on the LGBTIQ that are being killed every day. You can't even go and report, besides being a gay man, just being a man alone, go to a police station and report. Because even are not equipped enough to handle those cases. And then you are a gay man going there to report another man. So we can do many awarenesses as we like, but there's nothing we can do unless our criminal justice understand the issue of hate crimes. People need to know about hating someone because of you hate them. That should be punishable. Because we can teach you, this is how we teach you many things. But if you hate someone, there's nothing we can do. And Mantuli Wakaban goes.
Enkosi kakhulu sisi esokugqibela sesilapha phambi kwami.
Manibulise kumuntu wonke phakathi.
Ndicinga uba Sitalo masamkele qala igama lam ndinguMalibongwe but unobhala we-KDF. Masamkele qala i-presentation ezisuka kwi-commission. Abantu bathethile. I think what is left now on the recommendation ekuthethwe ngazo apha zinikwe umuntu ozawubaleka azenze. My proposal is here that the secretariat kula office le ka minister ibaleke phambili with including all the stakeholders that are here iququzelele ukwenzela into yokuba kufezekiseke all these commitment and recommendations zenziwe kwezi commission. Enkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu. Facilitators, are there any matters from what has been said that you would want to address? There was a request that, I don't know if there's any rep from PRASA that said that when PRASA maybe wants to employ people, they must consider neighborhood watches. And I think like I will ask the organizers, since PRASA is not here, to take note of that so that that can be conveyed. And then also about the parole board, the way the decisions are made, that needs to be revised. And then the other one was about proper resources from JSC, as well as looking at the criminal justice system in terms of how they deal with the cases, especially hate, sort of like crime. And then Malibongwe was suggesting that the secretariat within the office of the minister must look at how do they take all these recommendations forward in terms of making sure that they are being implemented. So if there is nothing that needs to be addressed by the facilitators, can we maybe just check in the house if there are any other people who would want to have an input? So, as I said, guys, we're not going to give everybody, but we are encouraging people to send their inputs via email. We've got the first hand here, and the second hand there, and then the third hand at the far left, and the fourth one is at my far right, and then you are the last one. Okay?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment or input on the parole board. I think currently the legislation makes provision that the victims must get an opportunity to take part in the parole process. So we need to strengthen that relationship. And I make a promise that during our case flow meetings, I can put that on the table with the Department of Correctional Service to get more engaged with the community where victims are affected through just releasing people on parole. They are part and parcel of our stakeholders on our monthly case flow meetings. So I can promise the Khayelitsha community I will take it up. Ne?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the second hand there? Sorry.
Good afternoon. I would like to make a comment on the input that was made by you, General Petros, the good input of the control prosecutor. In Khayelitsha, there was this practice, but it was done other way around because times, these prosecutors, they used to visit the station there, the crime office. Instead of giving suggestion or advice to the detectives there with regard to the poor statements that are there, they were more withdrawing the cases. I remember there was a case where there was 3 firearms that was found in the Somalian shop, in one of the Somalian shops. There were 8 people in that shop, but they withdrawn that case before it went to court. That is all.
Okay, thank you, Brigadier.
Ndiyasibulisa isigaba sonke ndililungu le-neighborhood mna ndihlala ndikulapha kwi-sector 3. Into endifuna uyiqonda wena tata obhuti ne kuye kwaba kwisiganeko kule veki iphelileyo ne kukho umfana bebetha abazali bakhe. So siye sathi xa siyozama uhlangula phaa okanye sizama ukwenza i-arrest kulaa mfana on behalf of abantu bakokwabo bebengafuni ukumbambisa. Sathi xa sifowunela amapoliseni uba ithiwa nento enje nanku lo mfana simbambile so mabazame uba bathi take over kwathiwa sikuna right yoba singene ndawo kuloo nto. So ndiyakulaa nto ye-GBV yoba xa ubona into ekuhlaleni engalunganga enjengale nditshoyo ndigqibova kuthiwa makungenelele ukuhlala, but again xa siphinde singenelela kuthiwa no aningeni ndawo. So into enjalo ithwani.
Okay, noted, Sisi. And sorry, Mama Kene. So ibingula puti umepa wehlile puti. Yeah, so ibinguye usisibeni ngakhandi mnote, and then da nota usisi phaya, and then okugqibela ngusisi lolapha phambi kwam ne.
Mandibulise nami emva kwale mini. Umbuzo wami inobupha ku president okanye kumphathi. Ukuba kuthiwani ngathi thina abantu ba over u35 according employment, because ipost eziphuma ndawo yonke zithi funeka unxibe usize 28 eblukweni ube na 28. So thina abantu bangabhavu u35 inoba kuthiwa masithini sicommit crime okanye sithini na. Inkosi.
But usisipha ebag nange nxibe ijacket egrey.
Into ngeyivoice shobsquad. Mhlali ngaphambili mna into endizawucela into kokubana ize xa kuthathwa lo mphako usisiwa kubantu abangaphambili ize ibe ngumphako ozabe kwilist ibe ngowokuqala. Apha sine neighborhood watches, sine CPFs. Abo bantu ke ngabona abantu basebenzisana ncakasana namapolisa ne-community ne-crime. Kodwa when it comes to into kokubana kuncedwe ababantu ngento nje encinci kuthiwa into lento ezinxitywayo ndifuna igama likhumshayo man. Intoni ipip. Okay, whatever. Laa nto kuthiwa ke zii-gumboots okanye i-safety boots ezikufuneke bezinxibile, ijacket ezishushu. Kuyabanda ngoku, and aba bantu aba bavuka ekuseni ngofo bayokhapha abantu abaphangelayo, bona abaphangeli. Just imagine ifavor abayenzayo because bengamachantliziyo okokubana kungabikho crime ekuhlaleni. Kodwa impatho abayifumanayo kubantu abasemagunyeni imbi kakhulu, imbi kakhulu. Aba bantu basebenza babukele kule nto yale mvula ibisenzeka, bebephumile bavuka ekuseni neighborhood watches ikhapha abantu kunetha guys. Abananto zonxiba ezisafe ukukhawulelana nalento bayenzayo kodwa urhulumente uthi abahlali mabancedisane namapolisa njani bengabaniki izinto zosebenza i-equipment iphi also urhulumente makajonge into okokubana i-equipment lena uyinika obani ukuba mayize ekuhlaleni because uyinika ii-councillors ii-councillors ziyigcina kubo i-equipment ye-neighborhood watches
Okay,
ingezi kubo
enkosi kakhulu ne siyabulela sisi ne. And then masinike usisi lona ekugqibeleni ne. Nansi imic ne.
Xana ndijonga i-reports zethu okanye presentations from the commissions kune short terms and the long terms xana uzijonga into ebendizawuyithetha mna yinto yokokuba i-secretariat ka-minister ndicela ikhawulezise ithathe i-short terms umzekelo kukho umcimbi we-deployment ezikolweni for amapolisa leya yayikhona kuqala kuthi abantwana xa bengena basetshwe kukho le besithethe ngayo yokokuba amapolisa be-visible ezitishini I mean kwi-community zethu meaning that i-patrol so zi-short terms ezo zinintsi ke uba nothi ndizimenshine so bendicela mna abaququzeleli bakhawulezise and sicela i-time frames bethe xa besithetha sathi ngoku i-purpose yale mine namhlanje is not to have a talk show is to have something okanye into ezawuresponda kwezi ngxaki sinazo so that zikwazi uimplementwa ngoku so ithi loo nto mayiphelele veki zayo minister sifumene ireport ethi nazi izinto zokuqala siqala ngezinto ezithile ngoku we've talked about the issues so capacitator kwelantika kwe-neighborhood watch ne-CPFs i-trainings and so forth zi-part and parcel so ezo nto ezo zizinto endiqondayo mna into yokokuba ayizonto zakudala zezangoku zikwi-short term sithethile e-meetings sifuna zibe khona even structures kasanko okhona apha ancedise zonke i-stakeholders ndicela mna egameni le-Khayelitsha Development Forum ndinguthandi Msuthu uDeputy Chairperson masifumane i-time frame sifumane yonke le report by next week before iveki iphele Nkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu bethuna that comes to the end of the question and input time. Remember, we know, guys, that you have a lot that you need to ask and a lot that you need to offer in terms of the input. That is why we have asked you and we are encouraging you to please submit your inputs via email. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let us ask Mr. Ramatlakane ozosenzela ushwankathelo abe esichazela undlela phambili emveni koko sizobona ukuthi masithini na kodwa ndiyanithembisa uba iprogram yethu seyizawufikelela esiphelweni. Over to you, Mr. Ramatlakane.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The summary or the way forward, I think that, Minister, what we have heard from all the Commission and the input in the plenary, it's a clear indication that we are on the recovery of our journey and we are, as we're moving forward from today, we're in the building process or rebuilding process. First, the issue of commitment all of us here and the commission and the input from in the commission itself and the plenary. It's a recommitment to changing the situation that we find ourselves as communities here and all stakeholders, but not only Khayelitsha, but even beyond, because that was said in the commission. Two is the issue that comes out as part of the way forward, Minister, as a deployment, big words, deployment of resources, both the issue, the resources, I'm talking about human as well as material, because the things that must be done to change the situation is going to, of course, include all of those. It's a way forward that the third thing is the commitment again of working together in this journey that we have spoken about, that is a recovery of this journey and rebuild, that we're going to have as stakeholders, and I think stakeholders in the commission that I was, has made this kind of commitment. This minister also call on periodic or at an interval where we have to get the feedback on the things that we talked about. Already there is a strong message about agency or quickness, agency around the things that we all said here we're going to do, which means the compilation of the report and making sure that it's broken down into short-term, medium, and long-term. That would have to happen in the report itself. So I think some patience will be required on that. The fourth thing, it is an issue around priority or prioritization that has been spoken about, the prioritizations around the issue of Greater Khayelitsha as well as beyond in terms of policing and visible policing. There's the issue about resources that I already spoken to. So the prioritizations or priority issues, some of them can be done to demonstrate the quickness. It can be done via the general who's based in the province in terms of the priority, then priority committees that actually begins to make sure that things happen. Community participation and relationship has already been said that it's a matter that is going to have to include respect and mutual trust, that both parties have that role to play. The issue about, again, going back to where we used to be, around of MADAM structure. There's a structure called MADAM. It's a multidiscipline structure that begins to say local government, the environmental design, it is not in keeping with what we want to do as community. There are trees, there are bushes, there are lack of lights. When are you implementing the recovery and revival of cameras that are no longer functional? These are all part of the short-term issues that has to be, but emphasis here is the issue around MADAM, multidisciplinary structures that we have, and service delivery that is part of that. In the commission, what comes out, issue about trauma, the issues around the issues of how to deal with that, it's a way forward. It's a matter that it's a work in progress, including the issue about the NPA and the role of the NPA in terms of providing information in an integrated way. The light already spoken about, and the most important also in terms of way forward, going forward, is going to be how do we build leadership capacity that has been spoken about, whether it's a neighborhood watch, whether it's a CPF, the capacity and understanding the ABC on the work they do in an attempt or seeking to neutralize the crime. The whole issue in terms of that, that's this part of the quick win that can happen quite quick, is an issue about also reviving or reopening of the victim support centers at various stations so that they're able to, and I think that something tells me that those victim support centers are still there because it was part of the building. All what there has to happen is to try and get back the lock to open those centers so that they can be utilized. The written report, it will be obviously provided. I'm not sure whether it can be done in a week, but it will be provided as a way forward because that is what is going to keep us together in understanding what we have agreed in a form of uniform, so that we all work together on the basis of an agenda that has been set by this particular summit. That's all. I don't want to reopen other stuff that has already been agreed, but I think we can see that there is a full plate of what we need to do in the next week or two around some of the things that we need to share with stakeholders, because if we don't share the information, then something will say, we're not committed. There's no commitment. Why aren't we sharing the report? There's nothing that is secret here. What we've discussed is what needs to happen in a way of action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. We are going to have the Honorable, the National Minister, to address us, but I want to invite Mr. Khayelitsha, who is the Deputy Minister of Police, to make some remarks and introduce the Minister.
Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity you have given me to stand here and perform some rituals. Minister of Police, General Bheki Cele, the National Commissioner, General Masemula, and the Deputy National Commissioner, General Nchinga, the Provincial Commissioner, General Bheki Cele, Mr. Ntuli from the Civilian Secretariat, the Chair of Khayelitsha Development Forum and your leadership collective, dignitaries present here, facilitators who facilitated in the respective commissions and rapporteurs who put together the reports that were presented here, members of the summit, and members of the media who might still be here with us. I greet you all in commemorating and celebration of the bravery of the youth of 1976, the youth whose blood and strife contributed towards laying the foundation of the democracy we enjoy today. My responsibility here is easy, and I've always taken a stance that I need not introduce the minister to you, as you all know him very well. Chances are that you know and have interacted with him more than I have. However, today I want to introduce a man that all of us know, a professional teacher. Those who have encountered him addressing the new South African police service recruits at various training colleges will vouch that he remains a teacher at heart. An umkhonto wesizwe cadre who was forced by the apartheid regime to flee the country in pursuit of a free and equal South Africa, and a man who was unjustly imprisoned on Robben Island in the late 80s for taking a decision to fight for and defend the independence of South Africa and its people. This is a man who has served South Africa when it was not fashionable to do so, and continues to serve this democratic government. Most of us know the many positions he has held in government, including as MEC for Safety in KZN, as National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, as Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and currently serving as Minister of Police. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Minister Bheki Hamilton Cele, and I request you to stand as he comes to address the gathering. Minister.
Hlalani phansi. Singenile le ntokazizi now, because intokazizi phela le. Deputy Minister, MEC on absentia, National Commissioner of the South African Police Deputy and the Provincial Commissioner, senior officers, the facilitators, the attendants, all friends and foes. Unless you say there are no foes. Let's start from the end. Deputy Chair, angimazi uphi Chair. Uphi? Okay. Uyathanda nje ukuzenza into invisible nje. Engabonakali. The guy is big, angazi ukuthi sizohluleka kanjani ukumbona. Secretary, lembizo eyenu akuyona yethu. So ukudemand ireport kuthina angazi kuvelaphi. Angazi kuvelaphi. Nisibiza ukuthi sisonda senijasigeza izitsha. Sivakashile nisinvayithile sifikile siyadla kumnandi nithi ningahambi ningagezanga izitsha beningasho ukuthi sokhokha lembizo yenu. The outcomes of this imbizo must reflect what you want, what, by who and when. What we'll offer from the department is to give you the members of the secretariat to work with you to produce the report. Can't be us producing your report. Gizohamba mina ngithi ni10 nina nifuna patrol ngo2025. Bese ngithini? Bese ngithi for me that is immediate. What are you going to say? So, secretariat Ntuli uzofanele uthola abantu abazosebenza bazoyikhetha team including amanye ama-facilitators work on the report. I-secretariat izosebenza kwi-structure ne-format, but facts and times laba efunayo akube okwabantu abayima-owner ale summit. Hambe nidayisa ngamalungelo enu la. Even this time in this show and all is going to come, we'll wait, the ministry will wait, National Commissioner, those things that they came from 5 commissions, and those that are immediate, and those that are medium, and those that are long, and you tell us, Uguti, you expect to be done by who, and you sit down and you respond to that, ezinye ngokuzenza, ezinye ngokunika isikhathi and all that. But the report comes from the owners and the originals of this summit, which happens to be KDF, not Secretariat, not South African Police. Okay, that's the first one. Second one, now Secretariat, even that committee, you will tabulate those things that were raised about sister departments. Tabulate them. They were supposed to be all departments were supposed to be here. Tabulate There were things raised by correctional service. There were things raised by prosecution. There were things raised by DSD. There were things raised by education. For instance, Deputy Chair Maeti Giwe Kolwin, we can't samapoisa sivukele esikolweni. We'll have to agree in the Department of Education. So that's across the board. So put those departments that will be there across the government to help to deal with the crime situation. So tabulate them there so that those matters are taken forward. I think one department that did not come much, but will have to put it on the center, is Department of Transport. Department of Transport, inama uprisings as we're standing here, inama uprisings, bavale imgwaqo as we're standing here. So nala kuba nesikhathi nje labenethisa khona abantu ngemvula bavale yonke into badubulane wonke umuntu and all that, put them in the center of the stability se province. So that will be a glossary of things raised. That will go with things agreed so that they are taken forward to sister departments. Three. Ubu Graham. Graham. Angithi ubephethe i4 Commission 4 uphi? Oh, okay. You know, I was so much ridiculed one time when I said the hijack of cars in Inyanga has been raised by the potholes. Everybody laughed at me with awucela manje. I was so happy when you repeated it. And I'm very sure nobody will say we are lying. Nice to be white man. Because I did say this thing to say the infrastructure, especially the potholes, are causing crime, including hijack in Nyanga, especially media. But it has been repeated. It is true. If infrastructure is not fixed, it's a part of causation of crime in many ways. I went to the last but one, Site C, where 6 people were that's the last but one, because the last lot were shot inside the shop. So those were shot around the shop. They were shot under these mass long things, electricity. But all this, what you call local somute, so, but it was not working. It is there, it was not working. It's suppose somebody has come back to say it does have a camera. Whether it does have it or it didn't, whether it does have a camera or it doesn't have a camera, it doesn't help us. Because if it had a camera working, we would have arrested those people the next day, because those people were shot right under that. Now, this infrastructure must help us. Therefore, this report must tell us who to do what. This is not mapoisa mbizo, this is a government mbizo. Site B, some years ago, not too many, they shot and killed my police under camera. there was a camera on that tall one. So when we wanted a footage, I was told that the thing is not working for 6 years. But I've been lucky to sit down and be brief about these camera issues in the city. All affluent areas are green and all poor areas are red because there are no cameras. Let's fix that. These cameras do help. They do. Firstly, they scare criminals because criminals, they study. Criminals, they study, they try to bypass. So that's why they increase their crime where there are no cameras. They run away where there are cameras. So it's important that this infrastructure should be shared. But I've been in a place here, I've walked there, it's called COVID-19 area. I've been there. So it's a COVID-19 around Khayelitsha, and then there is a COVID-19 city, what is that fontaine? Cry Fontaine. Mabila ama COVID-19 city la. There is I went and I walk. There is nothing resembles a street there. Nothing. Nothing resembles a street. Even if you go in the passages, because you don't fit if you go straight. And that passage will end somewhere and you come back on it. And you really want police to go there and chase criminals. Kanjani. I can't know to case, not a single one. We went there night one day. Your only area, the only distance you see is at the end of your hand. No streets, no street numbers, no toilets, no water, no nothing. And indeed, when things happen, the first question, enzani amaphoyisa? Nifuna enzeni? This environmental design issue, if it doesn't come, we're not going to be able to deal with the crime situation tomorrow. We're not. Doesn't matter. I always say, Andrew Bob de Klerk, if I get buses, many, and I take them to COVID-19, take them to Delft, Khayelitsha, Cyril Ramaphosa, everywhere, and say to those people, get in. They say, Siap, don't ask. Get in. But what do we take? It nothing. And drive them, and then figure eco stage and itihlan. What is Siap lang itihlan, eco stage? Gidlule ngiye Camps Bay itihlan. I can assure you, those people won't shoot one another. They won't. They'll wake up the next morning, listen to the birds singing, look at the blue pools, look at the flashes, and they won't shoot one another. They won't. And then, utatama bus, utibonke laba genan, get in. And take them to COVID-19 and say, bayodublana khona. Can I show you? So if you don't change the conditions of life of human beings, you make them behave the way their surroundings. It is so. This thing of violence is not for blacks, it's for poverty. And where do you get poverty? Don't get it, Camps Bay. You don't get it in Constantia? No. Violence is not for a black man, it's for a poor man. And it happens that black man is poor. So the conditions must be changed. I don't know if councillors are there now. Are they here now? You say there are 12 in this. Ndithini akhona you say you said there are 12 wards. Lama 12 wards wase Khayelitsha. Lama 12 wards I constituency yawo le. Mangaka khona kulo 12 wards. Mangaka khona kulo 12 wards. Okay. For me, this is a serious indictment when people don't take serious their job. You can't have the minister, the national commissioner, the deputy minister, the provincial commissioner, everybody leaving their work, abasebenzi ema university, abasebenzi bazohlala the whole day. And the people who are elected to look after this place abekho. Matal, engathi wena ubhilonga kule organization yabo ngoba kuthiwa baphuma ku-organization yodwa bonke. Kuzofuna sithole indlela yokubaqoqa, siqoqe nabantu ababalidayo la sihlale phansi sikhulume nabo. That's a fourth one. The fifth one, indaba CPFs nendaba neighborhood watch and the structures that they work with the communities. Is a time to relook at it. Somebody said here, it's time for men to cry. I think it's a time to sit down and really relook at how do we work with those structures. Lo muntu obekhuluma la ubawuphaqwa. Ukhulume ngathi kufanele ayolobola manje. Ufuna ukuzala zobhena ilobolo. Sifanele laba. Provincial Commissioner, we have put some extra monies. We've put some extra monies. Though they are defined, especially anti-gang, we've put, if you look at your budget here, we've put almost 40 extra on different things, extra to your equity as a province. Some of this money must be utilized to facilitate the participation of the community. Even if it's not a stipend, but it's to make their life better. For instance, why would they use their airtime? Why? Just things like those. It might take time to reach stipend, but things like communication, because I guess their work makes them communicate a lot. Why they would not be assisted to communicate? So work on those things, especially those monies that are extra at the discretion of the stations, because there is money that is at the discretion of the stations. So I will make that call. Yabona kuyabanda le Cape Town. For last 3 days, mawufika la kuyabanda. So just think, not ukuthi ke abantu bahlele emanzini literally. The communities are underwater here, literally. I saw that young brave woman was swimming, ne? So kudlula ibhasi manje ibhasi lesi namagagas uswima kuwona amagagas katsho athi umuntu omnyama madoda hayi. Hayi. So sit down, Commissioner, work with the leadership. Ngabona uhambile uMamu Lucas, work with the leadership. What minimum we can do? What minimum we can do to assist and say to the people that are volunteering, at least as the government, we try and we want to meet you, not halfway, no matter how much, but something must be done. Because I don't know why CPF members must pay for a taxi to go to police station to have a meeting. Why should they pay for transport? Why should they pay for communication? Something must come out of this to say we're not paying you, but we're trying to facilitate to work with you going forward. Fourthly or fifthly, this province, MEC is not here now, but laba abaphuza naye bazomtshela. This province was one of the least criminal provinces. Least. Hence, we had to take your provincial commissioner, ayosize goal, because he was wasted here because there was no crime. Was working with some MEC called Ramatlakan, and they put community in the center of fighting crime called Bambanan. Was it Bambanan? And crime ran away. So if you put, that's why it's correct that we're here, but we'll have to rework our resources and the community. And if they're put well and community is utilized well and with everybody, crime runs. We have an experience here. We have an experience in this province where crime ran away. Why can't we go back to those things? So I was impressed. I hope it is so, but we'll take it forward. When MEC, that young man from Mitchell's Play, Puma Mitchell's Play, yeah? Yeah. When he said he will relook at things that have been developed and attitudes that have been developed here vis-a-vis CPFs and neighborhood watch. Because we know that in this province, ama neighborhood watch now, they look on this and then don't look on those. We know. If you put resources here on crime, crime does a simple thing, it shifts. It goes where there are no resources, shifts. So I hope we will be working on those. Well, other stuff, I'm talking with the Premier, I'm talking with the Mayor, I'm talking with the leadership here. Banga rush, I'm not about to be fired, as they say. We will be working on matters that we're supposed to work on them. Just simple thing, Graham. There are metros in South Africa. These metros, they have metro police. Metro police in South Africa fall under IPID, fall under Secretariat, fall all other kinds of oversight. Now, that's why when you go to Ekurhuleni, you find 2,000 of them. When you go to Johannesburg, you find 3,000 of them. When you go to eThekwini, you find 2,000 of them. When you go to Swan, you find 2,000 of them. When you come to Cape Town, you find 600 of them. Metro Police. What you find more here are in law enforcement outside Metro Police. They have no oversight of IPT, no oversight of Secretariat. Bayazenzela nje. We say, put these resources within the law of the land. That's what we're saying. $1 billion has been announced, but the billion does not come to, I hear you send LEAP there and all that, but remember, this provincial commissioner has all authority over Metro and has no authority whatsoever over LEAP. That is why when a member of law enforcement shot a member of the South African police and killed him, we didn't know what to do. But when the member of the South African police or the member of Metro commits any crime, we know what to do. Where's E.D.? E.D., where are you? Ushonepu E.D. manje. Matal, ushonepu E.D. It is an executive director of the IPT. We know who to send. Simple. IT, ipoisa lakho ligilimkhuba. Metro gilimkhuba IT. So you don't know where to go with Metro, with law enforcement. You don't know. But we're dealing with that aside in to say, put these resources. And it's not a crime, Graham and everybody, to put resources. The Gauteng as a province has bought 100 new BMWs and gave into the South African Police Service. 100. So this thing of if you see the gap, you can't put is not true. Even the police stations, the province, even the cities can build police stations and hand them over to the police. So, ngabe sengathi icala uzoboshwa mawusiza. Let's work together on this thing here, crime, at all levels as the government. Local, province, national. Sixthly, I went to the commissioner Leonard. As a community, we must learn to say when everybody we say must play a role, we have a role to play. I'm happy KRF invited us here and all that, but you can play an extra role. National Commissioner, this thing, I find it everywhere to say, amaphoyisa akho work with criminals. When people, they give information, amaphoyisa ayagijima kulowo muntu athi hayi sitshelo ubani. I said to when I was at Bachabelo, they must bring all those people and all that information, but they bring it to the provincial commissioner, to the national commissioner, deputy minister, and minister, which means you will have to create the small structures that people will have to find their way to give the information, so that if information iphuma, sazi ukuthi ivuziswe ubani. So it's important. Let's give the communities the confidence to go and report, because we're not going to break the crime if communities are not working with us. Simple. Only when they work with us, will be able. So we must learn to find the way of protecting the communities, create the structures and say, you will, ama communities azi ukuthi uma ivuzile siyinike bani ningayiniki nje noma ubani. So I think the time has come, not for men to cry, but the time has come for us to create those structures. Therefore, communities, broaden yourself. You know, kunomuntu la udumile ngobugebengu. Udumile la eCape Flats, udumile ngobugebengu lo muntu. Shaya la aye Eastern Cape, shaya Eastern Cape abuye udumile. Uyaziwa ukuthi isigebengu. Kodwa niyamasha ne police station niyothi lidayena kayekwe. How come you do that? How does that happen? How does that happen? But nani maphoyisa nibopheni lo muntu man. Kuzothi ucela influence amaphoyisa ukuthi ambophe. Cha uyaziwa lo ukuthi uyadinga ukuboshwa. Akudingi ukuthi kusho minister. Niyamazi nanimasha la ne police station inothi itoyitoyela into engayazi. We must be a part of fighting crime, all of us. You are not going to tell me ukuthi hleliwe nje endlovini kufika abantu bapaka imoto emva kwemoto badubula abantu bahambe and nobody sees it. Go 2 p.m. And uthi yakhuluma everybody here knows one person was uAngazi. Uba nodubula abantu Angazi. Uba nontshontshayo Angazi. There is just one man called Angazi nje odumile. Where is that young man? Khulume kahle kabi. Where usekhona? Khulume kahle kabi. This June 16 must be dedicated to young people, and young people must be assisted in many ways. You know, city, province, national government. I want to know who gives licenses to spaza shops. I want to know who gives. So if that body, why don't you calculate that you need so many spaza shops and these you can give, but these no way are for South Africans? Why not? If they've got about 550 here, as it is said, and not a single child of this township owns a single spaza, what must they do? Government, help us. At least have the limit to say, and then the government at all levels assist those young people to status. Give them status, but start somewhere. Therefore, these spaza shops must be found, and there must be a reversal. There must be a reversal and open the space for young South Africans. There must be. There must be. But nani South Africans niyahlupha ngoba niyawathola niwadayisa. Angazi lo fast cash niwuthathaphi, niwuthanda kabi fast cash. Because uzothola ukuthi badayiselwa yibo. Towards the end, National Commissioner, Provincial Commissioner, We can't co-govern with crime. We can't co-govern with crime. Governments are elected. Akufanele kuvuke umuntu nje engcini abe uhulumeni. We can't just have people that move around here collecting taxes, abizwa ngama protection. There are structures ka government. Kufanele ukhethe ube uhulumeni bese ucollect tax. Maphoyisa, we can't co-govern with criminality. Criminals must feel you, squeeze them. And those that they join the criminals, because sometimes you get tempted, join them, uphume emaphoyiseni, leave the police, ume nje uthi qekelele sikubona ukuthi nali criminal sikujahe nawo. Bathatha i-uniform yethu uyokwenza ngayo extortion. Leadership yamaphoyisa, amaphoyisa ane-uniform enhle. I love this blue. I thought ukuthi mangifika ngo-National Commission ngizoyishintsha cha ngafika ngayithanda nami. Inhle. But don't hesitate to move this blue to orange if it needs to be. Don't. It's a painful thing to do. If Mapoisa can understand how much pain you give us when we are arrested for corruption, you give us so much pain, but it is correct to do it. It's painful. It's painful when the police officer is arrested for corruption. It's painful. Wafika lo wabopha inqwabe eGoli lo. Efika. 6 months wabopha aba 19 6 months 900. Ngaze ngambuza ukuthi uzosala nani. It's painful. Maphoyisa, it's just painful when you get the report to say in the cash heist at Chile, in the robbery at Chile, the member of the South African Police Service has been arrested. You give us pain. Angikutshelanga Masimula. I'm sure but bakutshelile abantu bakho ukuthi 3 young ladies at KZN have appeared in court for collaborating with the criminals that are political killers. One of them, she's paid 500 rand to go and sign on behalf of a criminal that is on bail who's supposed to be signing every day. But the officer goes on behalf of a criminal to go and sign. We must talk this is into because amaphoyisa zenza so you know isikebengu lo muntu isikebengu but she moves to go and sign on his behalf so that to isikebengu sigcina umthetho. Maphoyisa, please help one another. Nikhuzan said, but not that. Don't do that. This thing you're doing is painful. This thing you're doing is painful. Public. This guy is 24, Mlas. He is found running from the crime scene, driving criminals, moving from robbery. He's 24. You know, Emma Poison, you've got a job until you are 60. Until you are 60. Uhleli, awuxoshwa kudilizwe Emma Poison. You have a job and at 24, ubalekisa igebengu esiqeda ukurobha. We are 24 years. Neculo lethu yenza buhlungu inhliziyo yami. undenza ndingalale busuku. You know, there are things that just keep you awake the whole night. And you would simply say, if I had power, I would change this one. That's the one thing that I would have changed. Ukuthi amaphoyisa, they are found on the wrong side of the law. If there are prayers for that, please. If there are anything, please. Let's go now and do the work. We gave you some resources, ne? Anas, because siwanike lunch. All the sectors are like Khayelitsha zinikwe imoto eziwu-10 ezintsha. Yeah, ngelunch. Ngelunch. We handed them off. Oh, awukakasho share. Ukuthi umukele 10 cars on their behalf. Share. You haven't told them. Manzani, Deputy Chair Secretary, sinikeze ngemoto zamaphoyisa eziwu-10, zonke less than 10,000, zonke. So they are new. Zonke zinama-cell phakathi, zine-cell number eceleni, uyohlala iphakathi lapha. Zizobe siphithiza nje la. Siphithiza nje la kuma-sectors, akho sector engenamoto la. So we're trying to work on the resources so that we meet you halfway. Having said so, the question of your police stations, ngizwile ukuthi niyakhala kuthiwa your police station has been moved to 24-25. Le yaseMakhaza. Cha, your police station nangu commissioner. Uyibuyisile to 22-23. Which means this year, fanele sibone qalwa ngalento ekuthiwa i-clearance yini? Lento kususwa ihlahla. Site clearance. Qala ngayo ke kusuka nibone ukuthi ayikhona into eyenzekayo lapha. Kodwa kufanele ibe khona leyo police station. Khale lo wasiso omncane lapha ukhale ngokuthi iyavala ngo-4 ngo-8 kufanele kube ne-police station ke engezuvala. Mayakhiwa le police station, I hope izoba nenhlanhla ngoba sibhizi manje sitrain amaphoyisa awu-10,000 eSouth Africa. Amaphoyisa ase-college as we speak, there are 10,000. So sizokwazi ukuthi amaphoyisa abuye angene ey'teshini ngonyaka ozayo strainer 5 socela mhlambe kube u10 futhi kwenzela ukuthi wonke ama police stations abe namaphoyisa hambe noyibheka. Let's end up with a painful one, the gender-based violence. You see, I don't know what to do with the gender-based violence. Khulumile lensizwe uthe mhlambe nelobolo cha. Okusho ukuthi bangaphela abesifazane mangase bangalotsholwa. Ngeke ngilandele uzokushaya nje ngazi ukuthi angilobolile. This gender-based violence issue, amaphoyisa have trained more than 90,000 people to work on the station specializing on the gender-based violence. One thing that must come, Commissioner, quickly, and Mamching and PC, is a clear signage of people that have been abused, where to go at the police station, so that they don't go here abused, go there abused, go there abused. A clear signage, so they go straight there. There are people that are trained, and all these friendly victim or victim-friendly houses must be put in order. Let's really work on the comfort, which is no comfort, for women when they're abused, raped, and all that. We have given extra money for buccal, for buccal samples so that those things never get finished again. We have given extra money, 100 million rand, for our station to deal with the GBVF issues. In Western Cape, we have given them 15.8 million extra than their budget. So this issue of abused women and children, President, as he put it, as pandemic, I guess he began njengamakholwa ukuthi is our Sunday in our church. If that is so, the community also must rise. Because in my head, I always wonder with that young woman, round. I discovered later that she works for Correctional Service. She sent an SOS to the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Police to say, save me, I'm dying. We sent the police and that guy was arrested. After the guy has been arrested, the mother of the girl put pressure on the daughter to withdraw the case. Here in Khayelitsha, is it Khayelitsha or Gugulet, where this man who has been sleeping with the 6-year-old? Musang shanga 10 years, Linda, Bubosho last week, Lomuntu. Bubosho last week. He's 46. Ulala nengane yakhe, agoni stepdaughter yakhe. 6 years. Kuthiwa ke wayiqala 2. Uphuma walengane. Uphi uma walengane. Where is the mother? Where is the mother? So let's really rise against this. The abuse of women and children. Let's be there. Let's stand for them. Mapoisa, let's be unkind to the abusers of women. Let's be unkind. Let's stop every and anything you are doing at the station as an abused woman arrives at the station, and please attend to that woman. Don't ask too many questions. Don't ask that woman to go back and negotiate home. Don't. Please don't. Just help that woman, help the child. Families, stop asking women to withdraw cases of rape and abuse. Stop, families, because we have a long list of cases that are withdrawn because the families, you slaughter the goat, ni cleans, imbuzi ayenzanga lutho, ikangazi lembuzi man. Yenzeni imbuzi? So let's be unkind, all of us. What we want the police to do, families and friends must do the same. But Mantombazan, I know these boys have no right over your bodies. But yourselves, don't make yourself available. Don't make yourself available. Because if ufaka le nkope ezinde lezi, uziphaphatha ube muhle. Bese uyahamba uyohlala eshibhini ungenamali ungenalutho, ufika ungene etafuleni uphuze kuze kuse. Those boys that uphuza utshwala bakhe has no right over your body, but yourself you have no right to avail yourself. No. You have no. So let's all work on this gender-based violence. I know people will say, I'm kind to perpetrators. I'm not kind, but it pains me when you put yourself on the platter of being abused. But men, even if uphuza utshwala bakho, ma umraper sizokubopha notshwala. let's go home. Let's find the country that a young woman in the middle of the night will walk alone in the middle of the night. This young woman will have to walk alone from point A to point B without any form of fear, even if she sees a movement of a man towards her, but she keeps walking because she knows she's safe. Let's work towards that community. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, sifikelela esiphelweni senkqubo yethu. Sizawukubiza umuntu ozenza amazwi wombulelo ozazobulela esiza ngaphambili uMiss Khuthuka nodumo esiza ngaphambili ezokwenza amazwi wombulelo umuntu nje omnye emandi imbulele osebenze kakhulu kangibahlambi nalenkqubo ngengakhange bekhona bebengekho neminyango yalamaholo ngeyivaliwe nendlela mandimbulele kakhulu lo muntu uprogram director. Over to you ke Sisinodumo.
Molweni endlini ngale mini namhlanje lo umekule ndawo nguNodumo Khuthuka ifana uMamncotshe diphuma pha ku KDF class sector ye safety and security. Yes, program director Tibulisa uMinister no Deputy Minister, no National Commissioner, no Provincial Commissioner, no MEC, ebebe phakathi kwethu, no Chairperson we KTF. Okwam ukuba lapha kuncinci kakhulu, ndithonyiwe, sinovuyo KTF, ngoba kuphumelele le summit. Asiphakamanga into yoba sinesithukuthezi, sibone umonakalo. Kwathi kuba abantu baseKhayelitsha bathembele kuthi saqonda into masenze le ndibano. Namhlanje ke sizokubulela ngeli xesha mandibulele kuninonke izinkokheli ngobukho benu kule ndawo. Sizothi asiphelelanga basikwelo holo, sicela zonke intetho ebeziqulunqwa apha siyokuzenza ngoba kudala kuthethwa ngoku make senzeni ngoba abantu baseKhayelitsha baya ekuluzeni ikuthemba kubantu ababakhokheleyo. Enkosi ndiyabulela.
Enkosi kakhulu andazi ndicela nindikhumbuze bekuvulwe ngomthandazo ukhona umfundi senza umthandazo omfutshane if that is a protocol and then siyotya ilunch asesithandazela nokutya and then sibe sesikhululeka wasivalele ngomthandazo omncinci athandazele nokutya emveni kwakhe immediately we are going to have lunch and then we will be dismissed.
Ndiyabulisa bulisa kotata abakhulu MEC utata wethu utata uCele simbonela kufutshane bulisa kubo bonke abantu. But I've got this thing in my heart before I pray. There was a man in the Bible by the name of Ezekiel. He got sick, but God sent Isaiah the prophet to tell him that he's going to die. And this man, he did pray. Hallelujah. And he said, back my life so that I may live. As I'm sitting down there, I said, oh God, bring back our nation so that we may live. Glory to Jesus. And God heard that. He gave him another 15 years. Can we please bow down and close our eyes? Precious God, thank you. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for your love that endures forever. Father, we bless this day. There's none like you. You are the Most High God. Starting from today, we are going home. We put our trust in you. You are Alpha and Omega. Amen. Hallelujah. Father, bless the food that you are going to eat. In Jesus' name, amen.
Colleagues, can you please remain in the house?